Hello there, everybody. Welcome to whatever time of the day it is to you or for you. We are doing Babylon 5 Season 2, two really good episodes. Although some don't care for the first one, I actually last night got some pretty good enjoyment out of it. But nonetheless, tonight we're doing And Now for a Word, which is a commentary on the media. Uh, and then In the Shadow of Z'Ha Dum, where we see a tragic slip from grace by our Captain John Sheridan, and some interesting topics to discuss tonight. Both interesting episodes with some great performances from Peter Juraisk as Londo Mollari and Andreas Katsulas as Ambassador Jakar, especially in the first one. And in the second, great performances from our Mr. Morden. Some memorable moments from Veer Koto. And of course, the tragic hero's journey of John Sheridan, coupled with Mr. Garibaldi's insights. Very nice. So anyway, I'm going to bring my partner in crime up here, my life partner, Mrs. Liza Sahido. Okay, lady, how are you?
Here.
So anyway, you're here. That's good.
Yes.
It's better when you're here than when you're not.
Oh.
So anyway, let's get the rest of our folks up. We'll have a little preliminary talk and get right on with it. Last week we had 4 hours, so this week we're definitely going to be less than that. We have less than half the slides tonight, so that's a good sign.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike Gorley, I got to
Mike is in
talk
the
to you
chat.
about an option on Wednesday. In fact,
Yes.
maybe we could introduce that idea right now with this. Boy, a lot of thunder there from you, Colin.
Yeah, I wish I looked as good as Orlando Bloom in a wig.
Oh, was it a wig?
I was certain that was a wig he was wearing.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, we have one other. We have one other tonight for our journey. And you guys know this gentleman. He's in the Colonial Marines, I believe.
There is another.
What the hell are we supposed to use, man? Harsh language?
I'd like to keep this handy for close encounters.
I heard that.
Okay, now that Dutch Gradient is here,
Good evening, all.
These are the folks. This is the lineup we have for Wednesdays also. And as we begin our Arthurian legends, our chat has requested that we take another visit to Monty Python and the Holy Grail this Wednesday.
I warned you.
And since we'll be doing that, we don't want to disappoint our family here in the chat. So I wanted to mention it now that Mike Gorley is in the audience, because in our first journey with the Holy Grail, Mike was a very good actor performing some of the voice parts. And that's mainly what we'll be doing. We're going to be reenacting this classic Grail quest. And so I think now that I mentioned it, Mike, you can pop in the chat if you're available Wednesday at, let's say, 7 Eastern. We could start probably a little early, even if we overlap Brown, because we want to be friendly with the sleep schedule. Not only Colin, who's just trying to get into bed before sunrise,
Oh.
but Mike, I know
Sleep
it's a
schedule,
work
what's all
night
those?
for him. And so, Mike, if you want to join us, at least do a couple skits, be happy to have you with us. So, Liza, look for his response. And now, on to Babylon 5 tonight, folks. Yeah, now I know. This first episode that we're doing, I have half as many slides for this one as the other one, the second episode.
I don't know, Mike. Mike, that sounds like a really shady show. You shouldn't do that one.
I know, right, Mike? Mike says, I'm busy on Wednesday. I'm doing some show about Monty Python that night.
Sounds shady to me. I wouldn't do it.
Oh, a competing show.
Never heard of it.
There's only one that I know of.
You better send Mike a script.
Yep. Well, it's easy to find online. I'll share the link with everyone to make
Voice
sure.
assignments are what we need.
Well, I'm going to put them
Exactly,
on the
yes.
slides, and it'll be up to me to make sure I can see them and move along on time, but people can have a copy at hand. But yeah, we'll have voice assignments, but we're not going to be able to have a meeting before, really. So basically,
Oh, dear Lord.
I'll give out the assignments, and
Well, you
I
could
think
do the
with the
shit show right here.
yeah, I think I'll be able to pretty much be the conductor and only do a part if I need to. But in any case,
No,
I'm
you
sure
have to
it'll
do
be
a
fine.
part.
Yeah,
You can't-
I
seriously.
should mainly be playing the part of the coconut.
But no, there's
No, that's my part, Colin. You cannot have that. No. Ay.
That was me.
yeah. Well, I used to have coconuts in high school, but as life went on, I lost my nut.
Unmute. A lot
Unmute.
better.
I don't know.
I just realised what her name is. Really good name for news presenter, isn't it?
Yeah,
Cynthia Talkman. Yes.
that's why I put it here. I mean, there's a lot of hidden stuff. Last night when I did this, I know Liza doesn't like it. I don't really care for the ISN ones too much.
Yeah, I
but when I
skip 'em.
watched it again, taking slides, I was like, oh, wait a minute. I found some gems in it that were really interesting. So I've selected those that I thought were special moments. We're not going to reenact any scenes or anything, but there were
hope
some
you've got
little
one in
Easter eggs
Jakarta.
here and there.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you, Colin.
I said I do hope one of the clips is from Jakarta.
Oh,
Hey.
for sure. Yeah.
I think I have. I think I have one. Maybe not, but we definitely are going to talk about his moments. The moment in the conference room, Juraisk and Katsulas were above and beyond. I mean, it was like it was acting where it was like, man, this is a clinic in realism. Even though they're playing aliens, it was like so.
My mic.
I mean, it was amazing. Sorry, Colin. I think you're hearing it as a delay.
Plugged in. It was only the laptop mic that was picking up.
Oh, okay.
Oops. It happened.
As far as her name, Talkman, it reminds me of the Sony Talkman before the Walkman and after what they called their Pressman. Pressman was a large cassette recorder that could record on 2 channels. It had 2 different microphone inputs and 2 different microphone input channel. What do you call it? The knobs for the input. And so you could record an entire conversation between 2 people on one tape. Then the Talkman was a much more portable 1 microphone input recorder, and then that became the Walkman with no recording capabilities.
Oh, I've never heard of the Sony Talkman. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah,
I
you
have a
mentioned the
Pressman.
Pressman before, and yeah, it sounds interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of little hidden gems in this one. September 16th, don't know that there was a big meaning there, but I didn't even look it up. But 2259, second
Probably
year.
somebody's birthday. One
Yeah,
of the producers or
2258 was the first year of Babylon 5 season 1, season 2 is 2259. And it's called 36 Hours. Was there a news show called 24 Hours? But it sounds like there should have been one. Yeah, 60 minutes.
It was
Yeah.
48. It was 48 hours.
Oh, that's right.
Well, that was a movie, right?
No,
It was a
wasn't
movie.
it
It was also a
oh.
TV show.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, but I think that particularly relates to how long they're actually on Babylon 5 for, rather than how long the stream is.
I know, but it just sounds like a news show name, like one of those. Yeah, like a 2020 or something like that. It sounds like what they might call themselves.
1 minute to 11, says Mr. Brown.
1 minute to 11. That's 10:59.
Yes.
Well, there we go.
59. Yeah,
Thank you.
True.
Thank you once again, Mr. Brown. But anyway, here's Cynthia. She actually did a great job throughout this whole episode. I was having a hard time not seeing like Hillary Clinton there, but I was like, if Hillary Clinton was a press, or a member of the media, this is perfect.
I was watching this and thinking, are you sure it was made 30 years ago, not last week? Parts of this thing was so. Especially some things happening in this country.
The vocabulary and the vocabulary and the way they say things. It's like, oh, that's a typical media line where it's like trying to craftily seem like, oh, we're just giving you the facts, but it's. Well, here's the thing. The whole thing about this is that it's basically a hit piece on Babylon 5. Basically, with the new government now, we're getting the impression that maybe this President Clark doesn't really care for what they're doing out there in Babylon 5, being open and negotiating with alien cultures and all that. It seems like there's a protectivism coming in, and this episode, yeah, definitely, they were trying to do.
I don't know if it's a hit piece as such. I'd say it's laying the groundwork for.
Okay, well,
the hit piece comes later, but I know where you're coming from, yeah.
Well, no, this whole, I'm talking about the whole show, meaning this presentation called 36 Hours, because they, for example, the senator they have is anti-Babylon 5, and they don't have anyone from the other side. You know what I mean? It's just like all that. It's all one-sided. Go ahead, Colin. I hear you really wanting to get in there.
No, so it's like they're laying the groundwork. Even when they get Quantrill up there, he doesn't say. He doesn't say Babylon 5. He said, "I'm not sure we need it now." They're getting, they're laying the groundwork. And I like to think I was thinking when she's talking about a few mainly scattered malcontents. I'm thinking, okay, mostly peaceful, private, mainly peaceful protest. Anyone? The reverse of that, almost.
Well, they start this episode with a brief word on Mars, and it's almost like how she's just saying in some way, like, oh, it's just amazing how with all the things that the Mars colony has been given, that these people resisting Earth Alliance are just terrorists. In this overall presentation here, this is the first time you hear the word terrorist. But it's always something that one side says to another. The Centauri call the Narn terrorists, and the Narn call the Centauri terrorists. It's like amazing, man. No, it wasn't that. Actually, Sheridan at one point calls the tactics terrorism that the Centauri were using. It's like, wow.
One man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they got that dig in there about Mars, and then they're on to Babylon 5. Now we're going to be cruising a bit more. I just captured these because it's interesting to see what they have like down in the bottom third of the screen. It's like, how come they don't have like all the graphics we have today, man? It's supposed to be 2259.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's minimal, man. Don't you have the big logo like at the side, and then you have the running lines,
Yeah, the
kind of
chirons.
streaming.
That's
Yeah.
what they're called. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I did notice, though, the opening shot of her, I'm thinking that's clearly CG. It's obviously CG, but I think it's supposed to be that. I don't think she really is sitting at the top of Sauron's tower in the middle of the studio, which is how she seems to be when they do the opening shot, where you see her at the top of at the top of that big tower. I'm pretty certain she's sitting at ground floor in the studio, as you can see from there.
Look at
You
this,
know, that's sort of
8.0645 kilometers. All this lower third shit is funny, man. Containing 2.5 million tonnes.
metric tons.
Is that how tons is spelled? I thought it was just TONS.
That's
metric
the
ones.
metric ton.
Yeah.
Oh,
Notice they
metric
say kilometers,
tonnes.
not miles. Even though in the opening it describes Babylon 5 as 5 miles long, in this it's 8.045 kilometers.
So when you guys went metric, you just took the word tons and say we're gonna spell it differently now.
Tons meant that. Tons meant it's because tons and tons of it's one of these, I think it's one of these things that's slightly different. I don't know myself.
Oh wow, we've stumped Colin.
Yeah. I'm not really that old.
No, but I remember, English can be like that. I remember one guy I knew, who spoke Spanish as his first language, but then he was, learning English and everything. And he was like, "You guys are crazy." Like the word wind and the word wind, like when you wind your watch, that ancient technology, it's spelled the same, but pronounced differently. And it's two different words.
Anywhere else. That never happens anywhere else in English.
Read and read.
Yeah.
It's like the past tense for read is read. It's spelled the same, but pronounced differently.
Read and led, the verb in the middle. Go on, Colin. Sorry.
Or even the present and the past. But that's something that annoys me immensely. I listen to a lot of content on YouTube, a lot of really interesting documentaries, military history, and a lot of them, the AI written ones are appallingly bad because they were pictures, but the AI read ones. But AI is getting to that point where there's an uncanny valley, and it sounds great until someone says, please let me know in the comments where you from. I read every one. No, you meant you read it. But bollocks, it's AI.
Wow. There you go. You caught it there.
That sort of thing, and you get the cadences occasionally wrong. And you think, God, can you not train your bloody AI to actually do it properly? You do a really good job. It's 95% there. It's that 5% that takes you out.
Well, my problem with English is leak, speak, and sneak. Past tense, leaked, snuck, and spoke. What the what?
Well, spuck wouldn't sound good.
Why not leaked, speaked, and sneaked? I
don't know. Well, it was the clash between the Romano-British and the Normans, and then the Saxons had their say, and then the Vikings came and invaded.
But it's been a couple of centuries. Couldn't we have, just like
they want to change the language. There's going to be language. I was like, let's keep our ambiguities, and I don't know.
That's one of the ways you can tell that English is a very old, very widely used language, because a lot of callers have actually been knocked off it.
Well, you see,
whereas you get most other languages in the world are spoken quite. There are very few languages which are old and as widely spoken as English. Which is why it's had so many callers knocked off of it. You get languages which are spoken not necessarily. They're much more stricter. They don't have the opportunity to have the grammar change or anything. Sorry, I'm just repeating. I've listened to far too many. What's the name of Werther's lectures on. I can't remember the gentleman's first name is.
Well, then we might as well at least. Well, we might as well then just keep on with it, because if we keep complaining about English, we'll be here until the sunrise there in the UK.
Until the sun goes nowhere, yeah.
Yeah, the sun never. Well, the sun rises on Colin perpetually.
Yeah.
So 2257. It was only a 30%. What would you say? Disapproval rating for
Yeah.
Babylon 5, and then 2259. Now airing this show, it's already up to 41% disapprove. As soon as it gets to 50%, then that's when they're going to have to discontinue it and reuse Babylon 5 for, I don't know, a market center. I don't know. They'll just make it all Zocalo. But one of the cool things in this episode is some of these this is like a drone, basically. It's like a drone camera, and some of these shots looked cool. And then, I was like thinking about it.
I think these ones, I think they're from the cockpit of the ship they're coming in, but other ones are the drone ones. Yeah.
I guess it looks like a cockpit. You can certainly squeeze a few cocks in that pit. All right,
and the name of the ship they're coming in on is the Heyerdahl.
Yep.
Most of you, maybe Colin will know, but most of you probably don't know. 1947, the Norwegian adventurer Thor Heyerdahl traveled 8,000 miles across the Pacific Ocean in a primitive handmade boat. He later crossed the Atlantic in an ancient Egyptian-style papyrus reed boat.
Which is not so well known, actually.
No.
The papyrus reed one is not as well known as the Kon-Tiki raft crossing.
Oh yeah,
Really?
Kon-Tiki. Yeah, there was a movie about Kon-Tiki.
Well, it certainly didn't used to. Nowadays, as you say, I suspect not many people know much about it anyway. But
well, she looks suspicious.
But if one of the views of the cockpit, you also could see a one of those little green cardboard tree scent things that are typically in car windshields.
But I mean, she's like talk about the different aliens there and everything, and it's just like cool to see Jakar up there in the corner of the screen. But let's see here, and then this is it. They have their segments, so they made segments, just for this, and then this is sponsored by Interplanetary Expeditions. That's a company we hear mention of a few times throughout Babylon 5.
If you just go back one just for a second, that makes me think what they do is something that ISN does. They spend a day and a half somewhere, 36 hours.
It's a show called 36 Hours.
Yeah, and this one, in this particular one, spent 36 hours on Babylon 5. I suspect that's.
Yeah, well, they probably fudge it a little bit just to keep the name.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe something, 36 hours on Mars, 36 hours with Earth Dome security. The sort of thing that sometimes you get that. I think even these days, news shows, that's what they will do. They will do a set. They'll have someone on the ground for a day or whatever.
Yeah.
With military. With
36 hours in Gordon Ramsay's kitchen. There we go, Babylon 5. So now that we got I cut out a lot of the dialogue here, but throughout, it's just, just sounds like the media and interesting commentary, all the colloquialisms they use and stuff like that. And then, of course, it's called A Now for a Word. But there's no sponsor mentioned there in the title. But here's, I included these to get some credit, so these names don't line up with except here it does. That's Cynthia right there. Kim Zimmer. Any relation to Hans Zimmer? I don't know. Probably not.
I don't know, but I bet I know what she uses to walk around when she gets old.
Cynthia. Oh, look, Talkman. I spelled it wrong.
Yeah. It's still pronounced Talkman. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, I should have checked the spelling though. And then we have Christopher Curry. These are actors that I don't know, but these are all from one segment. The ones that they list here. This guy plays a psychop in a commercial that's coming up, and then there's a little kid in the commercial. Or wait a minute, is this? Oh, that's the psychop. No, this guy here. This is he plays Neroon. Wait a minute, isn't? Oh no, that's the next episode. Senator. Never mind. The next episode. What I was thinking about, the actor who plays Neroon is in the next episode. Yeah, and then the Psy Cop from the Psy-Core commercial, and then Johnny, who's a kid in the Psy-Core commercial, which is hilarious.
There's nothing in Kim's IMDb page about her being related to Hans.
Okay, then probably not. Leslie Wing as mother.
Probably the mother in the commercial.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. When I was looking through this, it's like, man, it's all from that one commercial in this broadcast. Yeah. It's like, but anyway, there's Londo. He gets his say in on the show.
Stars of all, I suppose, really, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
I said that's the only guest stars there. Apart from that, and
the senator,
they were all main cast. The senator, report the senator, they're all main cast. So.
Yeah, and the senator, and then what do we get here? Centauri Republic. Yeah, Centauri Republic. They didn't make it to the World Cup this year. I have yet to see the Centauri Republic.
Oh, how disappointing! I was looking forward.
Well, they are on another planet, so I guess.
Yeah, I guess that hair wouldn't help with drag.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no,
it's not aerodynamic at all.
It would also give a slightly unfair advantage when they head the ball.
Maybe,
perhaps, yes.
That's true. You could direct that, but no, I was glad to see the U.S. held their own, 4-1 over Paraguay. Watched that match. Then, okay.
What?
Yeah, you could take your medication. Let's see here. Now, I preserved some lines here. We're not going to reenact them, but I kept some lines because it just sounded pretty cool.
Oh my gosh. Mike, look at the type of support we're getting from Mike. Thanks, Scott. Hit the friggin' like button. Even if you think Lawrence is a jerk, hit it anyway.
Even if you don't think Lawrence is a jerk, hit it then too.
Yes, beer, yes.
We welcome everyone.
Cool beans.
Yeah, basically, while ISN is visiting the Narn, and the Narn had an attack on one of the Centauri ships that they said was carrying weapons and all that stuff. And not only weapons, but weapons that, conventions at the time were prohibiting, because we want to have fair wars. But of course, he's lying. That line comes from this guy here, Jakar, who was the next interview, who's talking about why they did attack that ship. It was carrying mass drivers and all that. No, the acting from Juraisk and Katsulas was excellent in this.
As always.
Oh yeah, they're always good. There's no bad ones, but this one gave him a chance to really get excited. Now, what does he say here? I mean, because
we are already in far greater jeopardy than you can possibly imagine.
See next week's episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she's like, "What's it take to call a place like this home?" And he says,
"I like the way they did her face. They must have made it up a little bit to kind of give her more wrinkles than she actually has. Maybe a little heavy-handed."
Yeah, she wasn't that old in the mid-90s.
Yeah. Yeah, a little heavy-handed, but I think it was good because when you're not looking at it still, it looks, much better.
It makes you look more severe.
Yeah, more severe and also stressed.
Yeah.
Like you've had a life full of stress chasing down stories to be the first to report.
This bit I thought was a really nice callback to the first epic, to the first season.
Yeah, because we remember him from that dock worker strike.
Yeah.
Yep, that was an episode we didn't do back when we were doing that season. I don't know. I mean,
notice it doesn't call them union; it calls them guild.
Yeah,
a classier term.
Yeah.
And
David.
Yes, I'm being very careful. I'm being interviewed on TV, and I'm being very careful. I'm fully aware of the fact that, despite the fact that she's out of Yvonne is no Lieutenant Commander Ivano is no doubt listening to every word I say.
I know, because they're asking him about, do you like your time here on Babylon 5? And he's like saying, oh no, this is a great place to work and all this stuff. And then you see her in the background just kind of like shifting positions and stuff. And you know that basically he's aware that she's listening, and
Yeah.
he's trying to sound good for a superior officer. There she is,
Yeah.
looking right at him. Yes, I'm having a great time. Never had any work conflicts whatsoever.
And after a line like that, it's like, oh no, no one ever gets upset here. Next scene.
Yeah. Now, someone made a really interesting point on IMDb here. Again, John J. Sheridan. He's been all the way through until we find his actually middle name is named after his father, David.
Oh no.
So it should be John. No. They done it all the way. Someone on IMDb, I was looking at, point out all the way through until at some point he's always Captain John J. Sheridan.
You know why?
Right.
Don't you?
And it's partly because they did the same. They did the same with Sinclair. It was John.
It's a naming convention.
Yeah.
The letter J is the most popular middle initial that there is.
Is it?
Thomas J, Michael J, David J, John J. I mean, it's just it just works so well. Even that one.
I suppose a lot of it probably stands for John or
John
James.
Yeah,
I knew a James, a Stephen James. Yeah, so they reversed it for James T. Kirk. Imagine if he was named Tiberius
T.J.
James.
Kirk.
Yeah,
T.J. Hooker.
No,
T.J. Kirk.
Tiberius James Hooker.
But think about it: Tiberius J. Kirk or James T. Kirk, which sounds better? Tiberius J. Kirk. It's just what sounds better to people.
Yeah,
As the middle initial, yeah.
Yeah, as
The first name Tiberius, I don't know.
Yeah, that would probably have to be like more like I don't know, Thomas.
All right, so what do we have here? This is the odds, the betting odds against Babylon 5, because that's really that's something you got to take in consideration for your opinion on it. But anyway, here, of course, a guy who loves the camera, Stephen Franklin. No, he's actually here saying pretty good stuff about his, why he became a doctor and everything, and basically he wants to be able to save every life that he possibly can and all that. And he's wearing string mail, right? Just like Vortigern. Yeah. And let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, make jokes about spacing people. Yeah, what? Yeah, there are actually jokes in Babylon 5 in some of the episodes where they're saying we should space them or we should space that, and he's coming down on that type of joke.
Yeah, but they said it before, didn't they? From like the one where they did the one with the ombuds, the death of mine, my personality one, and Garibaldi would just space him, and Franklin took him to task about that. So obviously this is good because this kind of this actually fledges Franklin out a bit more why he doesn't like people even joking about spacing.
Yeah, like even though that Franklin and Garibaldi get along and stuff, and they do have a friendship that develops, they still have their conflicts and stuff. Garibaldi's more like the, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and Franklin is more of the compassionate type. And so anyway, it's cool beans, and there's who's that in the background?
Looks like a Pac Mara on the table.
Yeah, they're always getting fixed.
Always hit one other one because they had a lot of the Narn coming, didn't they? Well, actually, I presume Narn or Centauri engine from
that becomes
probably Narn. Yeah, I think it was Narn because they were bringing a lot of Narn in leading into the next episode because the Narn are the Narn are losing in the war basically, and here she's trying to be all serious, and the people in the background were like like at a sports game or whatever, trying to make faces.
At a typical news broadcast in the 90s, this is what would happen.
Yeah. Mucking for the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, it took them a while, but they try to avoid.
I like the way they've even got a couple of non-humans mucking for the camera there as well.
Yeah,
it's not just the humans. Obviously, it's not just the human thing.
What is the symbology there on the wall behind your car? It looks
Hard
like
to
some.
say.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like
the
some
middle
sort
one
of.
looks like looks like a propeller.
Well, these other planets obviously have to come up with their own zodiacs because things would
could
look
be.
different
Maybe.
from their perspective. But anyway, Jakar looking good as always, giving his opinion. And then they go on to this senator where, we always need to know how they think. And he's basically offering his opinion that, it's really expensive. And, the people think that anytime they want to sway opinion, they say the people think.
What do we keep it? What do I want to pronounce this as Ronald P. Quantrell?
No, it would have to be Jay.
No, I don't know why, but for some reason I just want to say Roscoe P. Coldplay when I see that.
It's understandable because it starts with the row, and then the next starts with the qua.
Yeah. Same number of syllables without the. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's on the Babylon 5 Senate. What is it called?
Oversight Committee.
Oversight Committee.
Yeah.
So they basically watch over Babylon 5, and he's on the committee that does that. So
and we've all seen how effective those committees are.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, he's giving the argument for why Babylon 5 should probably be phased out. We don't need this diplomacy stuff. I mean, we just need to protect our planet.
Caution.
Yeah, I love these Easter egg type things.
Caution, magnetic surfaces. Now, is that meaning that the surfaces are actually magnetic, or that they are ferromagnetic, meaning a magnet will stick to them?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that ambiguity. I really do.
Yeah, is this like a refrigerator or what?
Or is it an actual magnet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, what we're seeing here is some of the stuff going on outside. I think is this when there's like an attack? Yeah, I think basically right now Babylon 5 needs to send out some of its ships to defend against some things going on because the Narn and Centauri are basically getting open combat outside. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that's.
I'm sure there's more to your story than that. Yes. Yes. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah. She's trying to get stuff out of Ivanova. Ivanova's not. You get a feeling she doesn't really like the press. Oh, Garibaldi's happy enough to talk a little bit, but basically, he's saying why there's, he has some hope in what he does. Basically, actually, could you read this for us, Dutch? Because
yeah, sure.
These are pretty cool.
They're little hopes, I guess. Every day I get up and I hope nothing will happen. I'd love to just be bored out of my skull for 24 hours. And I guess I keep hoping that someday, somewhere, I'll make a difference. That at the end of the day, everything that we've gone through here for the past few years will mean something.
Yeah, it's like, all right. It's great for you to share your feelings. That's what he's doing, but it's almost like, when you do that to the media, they're gonna they're gonna make you not look so great. Because like through it, this time he's saying he's hoping that what they're doing, has meaning to it. And then, the way he's looking around and everything like that, you could see that he's like searching himself for the answers, and they love that, so they can use that.
I could just see them cutting that to be like, at the end of the day, we're mean. But apparently aliens are 42% of Babylon 5's population.
Uh-oh. Wow.
But they make up 85% of it. No, sorry.
And here's the alien sector. Oh, look, here comes Ambassador Kosh. Let's get a camera on him.
I do have a clip for that.
Alien sector.
I do have a clip for that. Yeah, and she's like, the aliens call our part of the station the alien sector. And then, of course, this guy has to walk around right at that time. Once again, that beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Oh God.
No, I actually think that's quite a good line. Actually,
She's being super rude.
no, well,
I
she
mean,
is.
you think a reporter would be a little more diplomatic? It's like, oh, this guy's really ugly behind me.
Well, that's the thing. They're trying to influence the audience that this reaching out to alien stuff. No, it's not such a great idea. We should think of ourselves more of like Earth, and pay attention to our own
But
problems.
then,
We don't need Babylon 5 anymore. I mean, look at this guy. Well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah,
It's like
absolutely.
just by saying that, you're implying that this is an ugly thing behind me.
no, I wouldn't say that. I would say, but if you say that, you're saying, okay, beauty and the beast is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, so in the eyes of a human, she's the beauty. If you want to be obvious, she's the beauty. The Pat Morale's the beast. Right? Nicely framed. I mean, nothing wrong. But in the eyes of a Pat Morale, for example, the Pat Morale's the beauty and she's the beast. I think that line actually almost, because of what it implies, almost undermines the anti-alien sentiment, which is why I think it's actually quite a good line.
Well, I don't know that she was saying it for that reason. I think
No.
line wasn't a comparison between her and the alien.
Well,
It was in the flow. She was talking about the aliens and how.
That's not what she said at all. She said it's in the eye of the beholder. It's, in other words, it's up to whoever thinks is beautiful is what's beautiful.
Sometimes it's not what you say, but how you say it. And she definitely was implying that the Pakmara behind her was ugly. And we Earthlings, man, why do we get ourselves into this poop? By the way, Stitch the Elder renewed his membership for 5
Yes, 5 months. Thank you, Stitch.
He didn't renew. That was just saying that he's been a member for 5 months, and we know it's been longer.
Okay.
Remember, he got reset a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, that was Flav.
When do they display these announcements?
Well, here's the point.
Whenever
Stitch-
somebody goes into Super Chats and chooses a membership,
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Stitch, Flab, Scott, they are our first ones, our first 3 members.
Yes.
Got their own memberships, so we greatly appreciate it.
Well, he deserves a shout out, even if he didn't renew today.
Oh no, Stitch was here back when we went through a hurricane and we were cleaning up afterwards. And
Oh wow, Stitch has been with us that long?
yeah,
Wow.
that since Hurricane Adalia at least.
Stitch
Oh
in
my
time.
gosh, Stitch. Stitch and Scott and Flav. My
Yeah, I
goodness.
remember things. Fortunately, I do remember some things. Usually my memory.
Wait, we have another green one here. Hold on. Another
Yeah.
green one. Yay! There we
I've
go.
been a member for 4 months.
Cool beans.
Well, of course, and the greatest gifter known to mankind, or at least earworms.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Probably the most elusive of all. Oh yeah, she's talking about Kosh, and I did get a clip.
Naranek.
Naranek.
Back a slide. There it is. Naranek. There it is. Kosh's last name. Now we can go on to the next episode.
I think he's from the Czech Republic.
Where did they pull this Naranek out of? They don't mention this again.
I don't think Kosh has a last name.
Did they have to pull it out again?
We're all Kosh.
Well, why even mention it the first time? Because later on they say we are all Kosh. So,
yes, it's true because Londo's got Londo Mollari, but Jakar is just Jakar.
yeah, Jakar doesn't have a
Jakar
last
never gets
name.
his surname.
Yeah.
No. And he's a single syllable.
And yeah, she's mentioning how mysterious they are and everything like that. And then they're right next to his area, you see, and then they staged this right. They just kind of like did it as if, we were just hanging out here, and then we quick had to press record because we got some FaceTime with Kosh, and well, not much.
Not
Here we
at
go.
all, yeah.
Ambassador Kosh, over here!
Mackie, quick, the camera. Ambassador Kosh, Ambassador, Cynthia Torchman, ISN News. Can we ask you a few questions? Ambassador Kosh! Did we get that? Tell me we got that. Did we get it?
Kosh knows better.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, no comment, backing away slowly. That's what Delenn should have done here. Is like, I do not answer your questions.
No. Well, Jolene has that personality where she feels that if she expresses herself, I mean, between her reasoning and her compassion, she could basically always come across great.
No, I don't think she's that naive. I think she's just really guilty about something we're going to find out about later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, super chat from Scott. $5.
Well, thank you, Scott.
Scott says, I remember when I first found out that you got memberships. I had to get one right away. Oh, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
You.
Well, Scott actually was calling for memberships. He wants to make sure that we're able to get supported and keep doing this. And, thanks to the generosity of folks like Scott, Stitch, Flav, Dave,
Well, Lawrence, not to interrupt things for too long, but do you want to give a sneak peek into what members are going to get soon, apart from...
well, I'm working on
emojis?
something. I've been working on a few days a week for a few hours. I'm setting up something where we can get into some creative kind of like gaming stuff.
No, not about 2 seasons yet, swappers.
Yeah, that's still a ways off, Swap.
What's off?
He was asking if Delenn and Sheridan are living together yet.
Oh, no, not yet. They haven't even gotten married yet.
Yet.
But here they're showing an image of her before and after. And of course she's being questioned here about, why do you look like this? Why are you trying to take on more human-like appearances? Isn't this an insult to all those humans that fought in the Earth-Minbari War? That sort of stuff. And Delenn didn't see that
culturally
coming.
appropriating humans, Delenn?
Oh, yeah. There you go. You got it.
How dare you build a bridge between our two people so we never have a war between us again? How dare you do that?
Well, but then Delenn mentions, how we want to have peace and stuff like that, because I'm sorry for all the losses in the war that you incurred and all that. And then the reporter turns it around and says, but we won that war, didn't we? And Delenn has to admit, because she can't say why they surrendered. Yeah. It's like, you didn't really win, but I can't say that.
Yeah, we don't want to add, insult to injury here, but yeah, you didn't win the war.
You won the same way that Labour won the last general election.
She should want to add insult to injury here, because the woman is just being so passive-aggressive, it's pathetic.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, and I think she should have. First of all, I think she was. I don't think she's a naive person, but I think she really took this interview because you see how she responds. This reporter, how she almost cries, and it's like it's because there's something else we're gonna find out about later. Had the what we're going to find out later not been a thing, she would have backed away slowly, like, gosh. I think the only one who thought that this was, the reporter being here was some kind of opportunity was Jakar. And I think he was being a little naive in talking to these people.
But this is where it really, this is the best part of the episode is here when they're in the council chambers and Jakar is trying to sway opinion to get more, to try and get some other planets in on this war to come to the aid of the Narn because they're losing. And this is where, Dutch, if you could read this for us here, please.
An inspection of the destroyed Z'Tari has found conclusive proof that she was carrying fusion bombs and support equipment for ion cannons, mass drivers, and heavy energy weapons. It is this. I'm sorry. It is this kind of irresponsible activity, Ambassador, that endangers this station and everyone here.
He's talking to Mollari. Yep.
Classified shipments are transferred outside the station, ship to ship. The risk to Babylon 5 is minimal. Oh, we've already seen your minimal risk, Ambassador. Caused by their attack on one of our vessels. Our ships have the right to carry any cargo they choose. We will not surrender our sovereign rights.
The
sovereign
Delenn?
rights. Yeah, the sovereign rights of any race, and when they threaten innocence. Enough! They're doing what they always do! Using details to distract us from doing what must be done. There are 7 more Centauri vessels berthed outside. And I have reason to believe they also carry weapons of mass destruction to be used against our people. My government demands that these ships be impounded and their weapons seized. No, we will not allow this. This is Babylon 5 space. Look at that. That's that still of his face.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have sovereign rights. Our ships will defend themselves against any who try to seize them. Perhaps if the transports return to Centauri space. We cannot allow these ships to leave with their weapons. They'll just turn right around and use them against us. Then how do you intend to...
And then the power flickers. And then Ivanova comes on.
Yep, Captain, we need you in CNC. Get your butt up here. We got a shooting war now.
Yeah, so I mean that scene was so fluid. Just the arguments back and forth were just so well timed and everything. It was just totally real.
Yeah.
And then outside we see from there, I guess, drone cameras or something.
Secure Cam 15. Secure Cam 2.
Yeah, and this is where we actually get a shooting war outside between the Narn and Centauri. And then, of course, the Starfighters have to go out and just at least protect the station, make sure nothing happens to the station.
All fighters open fire. Fire at will. Poor Will.
Captain, how do we tell which one's Will?
Why is everyone always shooting at poor Will? That's a clip, by the way. Go ahead and play it.
Roger, Babylon Control. Delta Squad, open fire. Target engines and navigation if possible. But if you have to take them out, do it. Roger, leader.
Love how they did in this one, that kind of like cockpit perspective. We a lot of times got that shot coming at the pilot in the cockpit, and so you see them in it, but you don't see it from their perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd play a game that had that kind of graphics even today, you know?
You mean like Star Wars X-Wing?
Yeah, or, you know, something that good, but like the stylized Babylon 5 type graphics.
Ah.
I know there's something prettier about space in Babylon 5. Yeah, and then we had, I don't know why I took pictures of the fireworks, but the actual, the ship-to-ship combat stuff actually looked really good.
Mm. The question that does sort of arise is not really entirely clear, is how is ICN getting these feeds? Is ISN being given feeds from the cockpit cameras? Or were they given it later on? Because you have to, all of this is supposed to be taken from the point of view of ISN.
Right. They must have put cameras in the Star.
So I mean, I can imagine that the Star Furies have cameras, have combat. I can imagine that. So I would imagine that either they get them live or afterwards they got feeds from Babylon 5. But
they probably got them from EarthGov, who has access to the Babylon 5 cameras, and we're looking for a way to make Babylon 5 look bad.
Because obviously this happened. You know, obviously this is
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
broadcast off and they got back and all the rest of it. It was just an interesting observation, I thought, for a second.
They just basically want the viewing public to get the idea that it's just too dangerous. It's too risky to have this station. It's going to lead to another war. Well, it's going to lead to the Earth Alliance getting into another war.
Centauri vessels are offering to surrender. We will never fall back. We will never surrender.
Oh,
Never
Galaxy Quest.
Never surrender.
No, that's never give up, never surrender.
Well, never surrender. Must be a 80s pop song, too.
We gave them technology centuries ahead of their own.
I love this stuff here. That's why I kept this.
Took them with us to the stars, taught them laws, civilized them. They repaid us with terror and death.
What I find there's some interesting points in that is that you missed a bit with your car, but it gives a lot of background. It gives a bit of background, a bit of history for the Nod. But what I find interesting about this in a way is we know who we're supposed to sympathise with. We know that we know what the history of it is, but you could also see this as, to use a modern argument, something you wouldn't do these days, two sides or two views of the entire colonization argument thing.
What have the Romans ever done for us? The aqueducts.
The aqueduct, yeah. But no, what I'm saying is, I mean, you could sort of see it from a certain point of view for Centauri. That may be what they intended to do. Noble intention, or the rest that they did.
Oh, but we find out that that's not what the Centauri intended.
We know this, but we know that the Centauri are the bad guys in this. When it comes
well, you get spin. I mean, you get to see what the spin is, and that's one of the cool things about this episode is it's a good educator on spin doctoring.
Yeah. Well, again, it's
from all the perspectives, because everyone really does it to one degree or another in this thing, except for Kosh, who just backed out.
Nobody hears exactly what they see.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, in our next episode coming soon, we're going to see how Sheridan, I guess you would say his first biggest slip. But we have here, what's that? It's a Narn heavy cruiser coming through. Oh, no, what's going on? A Narn heavy cruiser and a Centauri. Oh, here's some Londo lines. Could you do this real quick?
I'm sorry this has come as such a surprise, Commander, but I did warn you. But I warned you not to interfere. You have no right to search or detain our ships.
Oh, this is a Centauri heavy cruiser.
Yeah, that was a Centauri heavy cruiser came through there. If we don't act in our own defense, we invite the same from others. Centauri cruisers arming weapons, opening gun ports.
Yeah, basically.
The cruiser will blockade Babylon 5 until our ships are returned to Centauri custody, intact and unopened. Any ship attempting to enter or leave Babylon 5 will be fired upon, boarded, and sent back.
Yeah.
Oh, Ambassador Kosh, you're clear to leave now.
Yeah, that one won't be boarded.
We will use the minimum possible level of force.
Yeah.
But if provoked, we are prepared to use deadly force, even against Babylon 5 itself.
You mean where you're sitting?
Wow. Yeah. Well, that does come up in a couple episodes where there actually is a bit of a conflict. And then, all right, here we go.
And the commercial.
Perfect time for a commercial for the Psychor. I hope you don't mind doing this one, but the lines were just so. Oh my!
John, why aren't you outside playing with the other kids? They hate me. Now, John. It's true. I'm different, Mom. I can feel what they think about me, and they know I can. I called one of them a liar because I knew he wasn't telling the truth somehow. And he just kept hitting me until I said I was the liar. I just don't know what to do anymore. Keep your mouth shut, kid.
And then in the background, we see.
Don't worry, Johnny.
No. You're not insane. You're just different.
We'll take care of it from here.
Look, Mom, a Psycop!
I didn't know they could teleport as well.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Next.
Aren't we on this one?
No, I already said those lines.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, Johnny. There are a lot of other kids who feel just the same way you do. They're confused and afraid, but they don't have to be.
Wow.
The problem isn't that other kids don't like you. It's that they don't understand you.
Mhm.
There's so many other things
But
these days.
we do. Come over here and sit on my lap, Johnny.
Oh dear, stop psycho
Here's-
grooming.
You're special. You're a latent telepath about to come into full bloom.
My Johnny? A telepath?
Probably. But to be sure, take him down to the Psy-Core testing center first thing tomorrow.
How do I find one?
We're everywhere.
Nothing serious about that at all.
For your convenience, we have offices in schools and children's hospitals.
Oh, God.
We even have mobile testing centers that travel the country. And if he qualifies, we'll give him an education, a job, a purpose, and we'll pay all his bills for life.
I get the
Oh.
feeling you should be reading some of those lines in Jimmy Savile's voice.
Well, he wasn't hiring.
If I were familiar with Savile, I probably could, but thank God I'm not.
2
Uh,
weeks late.
No, sorry.
2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Just look at you. We're all so proud.
No, you're not. I can tell. You're scared of me, Mother. You should be.
And I'm proud to be part of the Psy-Core.
I don't think Psy-Core allows its members to visit their families after they're discovered, right?
Probably not.
Probably
Yeah.
So remember, if you know someone who might be a telepath,
Call the telepath railroad now.
or think you might be one yourself, help them get the help they need. Call the Core. And then this message is from the Ministry for Public Information. Where's the subliminal message? And your local Psy-Core recruitment office. No, there was a subliminal message in this
Yeah.
in this ad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's on screen for 6
I guess I-
seconds.
It said
Which
I guess I
is
missed
twice-
it.
It's on
It's-
screen for 6 seconds, which is twice what the
What
FCC
was it? I
FCC.
must have missed it.
It says the Psy-Core is your friend. Trust the Core.
Oh, wow.
it's
Oh,
on screen
wow.
for 6 seconds, and apparently 3 seconds is the
What?
FAA's.
No.
Well, it worked on me.
It was 1/6 of a second.
Well, no, it said
Basically-
it's twice. So yeah,
Right.
it's
right.
it's twice
double.
what the FAA says subliminal messages.
Right.
So,
Here's the thing. Television in the US is 24 frames per second.
all right.
So 1/12 of a second would be 2 frames. They put the message up for 4 seconds, which ensured that when you were watching, you would see it, but only ever so briefly. You would know a message got flashed.
So I know it said on the IMDb notes that it was up for basically twice the length
Double
of time
the-
that the FAA says is subliminal.
Well, they snuck it past me. That's not hard.
I mean, it's literally blinking, you'll miss it. Literally.
Well,
yeah.
you don't. Well, they didn't want their own audience to think the Psy-Core is the good guys, did they? I'm talking about the actual producers of Babylon 5.
Yeah.
All right, and then what do we have here? Earth rejects. I mean, this is actually where Sheridan gets to take a strong stand here, and actually calls the Centauri move a terrorist threat,
Yeah.
basically. Oh man, so they're not going to stand for this blockade, and what's going on here? I'm trying to.
We're seeing the viewport from the outside, and I'm sure we see the blast doors close.
Yeah, Secure
Oh
Cam
no, I'm
23.
sorry. That's sorry. No, that wasn't the that's the docking.
Oh, that's the docking
Yeah.
bay operating still. Like they're sending ships out and in, and they're just ignoring what the Centauri
sending
are
out
saying.
an unmanned freighter to test.
Yeah, and they're testing it to see if the Centauri are going to shoot. But I don't know. They get a little interruption. Oh, wait a minute. Is that where
That's where we get an old come in.
Yeah, now the Star Furies actually have to. No, the Star Furies fought before, and they seized some Centauri ships, and this is where the Narn heavy cruiser comes in. So
and they start trading blows.
Yeah, and they're blasting each other. And they end up blowing each other to smithereens. Both. The Centauri vessel, and then the Narn ship goes up when it's trying to jump and leave. So basically, it was serendipity. It was like. Yeah, the Narns took care of the Centauri threat, but Babylon 5 didn't have to do it themselves.
That's a great caption.
Yeah.
What?
We're here to deliver government propaganda. Yes.
We're here for the government, and we're here to deliver propaganda.
No, that's just how I summarize this next segment. I don't clearly remember, but it was truly that. And then
but as Liza said, it was a very good caption.
Yes.
And then we have Garibaldi, and they have closing thoughts from everybody. And I just took the pictures.
Yeah, there's no reason to keep. We've already spent over an hour on this.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there's one there that unfortunately you missed. I think, which is one of the ones which is again Jakar.
Yeah, I guess.
Speech.
No, I know. I just.
Why do you think? But including one bit that I wanted.
No, all the speeches. All the speeches, especially Juraisk and Katsulas, like Jakar and Londo Mollari, those speeches throughout this episode were excellent, well acted. So watch the episode, folks.
There's one bit that I was really hoping you could have up there with Jakar. She asks Jakar why the Centaur attack, and he says why did the strong unity this are mainly because they're vanished. Even today, there are people on your walls for whom the worlds never again have special meaning. That's
right.
For us. And,
Well, Mira Furlan said this was one of her favorite episodes because one of the main reasons that she felt compelled to leave Yugoslavia was because she was being constantly harassed in the press over her refusal to publicly take sides during the breakup of Yugoslavia and the subsequent Yugoslav wars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've been reading up a lot about this because I'm going to be on Eclectic Goat's channel tomorrow night about Harsh Realm, which starts at the Battle of Sarajevo.
Mm.
Which, if anyone doesn't know, was part of the Yugoslav wars.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just a little bit of ethnic cleansing. Nothing to worry about here.
Also, of course, where World War I started.
Yeah.
And then Franklin, and basically closing picture of these. I just included them because the looks were good.
Oh, yeah. You got some good screenshots there.
Basically, they're all saying, yes, they think Babylon 5 is worth it.
Yep. Yeah, they think it's worth it. And so at least at the end, they let in some thoughts there.
Wasn't it something similar in season 1?
No, there is a second ISN type episode, but that's further down.
I'm sure I remember there's one, and it's Sinclair, not Sheridan, not Sinclair, not Sheridan. First guy, Michael Head, saying it's Babylon 5 worth. Yes, but not for the reasons you're asking for. Whatever the scientists all agree that eventually the sun will go out, and when it goes out, it won't take just us, it'll take Michelangelo, it'll take Sun Tzu. A long thing about that.
Yeah, that sounds like that was a Sinclair episode, but it wasn't all an ISN episode. It was, I think, just one question.
Yeah, because I genuinely can't remember what it was. When Sheridan was talking about it, I thought there was a very similar scene with Sinclair in season 1. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, it's one of those arguments that for space travel in general, like why we go out in space, and And I guess at this point, any detractors are pointing out, this means more conflicts. Well, it's like once they're aware you exist, you're involved. Unless there really is a galactic order that has like this, what do you call that? That Star Trek has, prime directive, saying unless you have warp technology, we're going to ignore you and not interfere with you. I don't know. I think
one thing I noticed they said, she said in her opening speech, she's put it's just over 100 years since humanity went to the stars. And Londo also refers to that. It says since we first met your people, the Centauri were the people that we first met. The Centauri, in effect, I suppose, are the Vulcans of the Babylon 5 universe. In that it's Vulcans that discover Stephen Cochrane,
right,
in the Star Trek universe.
Yeah, and then in Enterprise we found out the Vulcans and the Earth didn't really get along all that great as we thought.
Yeah.
That was actually an interesting thing they did with that, is just to show how that, there could be definite conflicts between humanity and the Vulcans at that early stage. But anyway, our next episode, In the Shadow of Z'Ha Dum, starts off with, basically Zach saying, how are we going to handle all these? I just included one line here just to kind of like to remind myself of the theme of this first conversation. Really, Zach's feeling like we're getting overwhelmed. We got like 20 in here, then we're going to get another 20 here and another 20 there. There's basically
5 more ships due incoming.
Yeah, and these are ships. Not just
someone in this picture as well about Zach.
And MedLab is filling up fast.
There's a bit later on that. Do you remember the one later on when they change their uniforms and he complains about a uniform never fitting?
Yeah.
Apparently that was actually Jeff Conaway actually complained that his uniform, and you can see this his uniform doesn't fit.
Yeah. Look at Garibaldi and look at Zach.
Well, he complained about his uniform even before that, like his jacket not fitting when that blonde came to, influence Sheridan. Where the one where Ivanova goes to Epsilon 3, and then she visits Sheridan and that blonde lady in his quarters. That blonde lady from Earth that.
Congratulations, Captain. I think you're about to go where everyone has gone before.
Yeah, exactly. That one. Remember, she says to Zach in that episode, your jacket doesn't fit.
Yeah. But no, I was telling him, apparently it's when they're doing that in the episode where they're being fitted for new uniforms, that is because Jeff Conway actually complained that or commented that his uniform never did seem to fit. And I think you can see here that
neither one.
Yeah.
Then when he's fitted for Garibaldi's uniform, it's like it didn't work either.
Yeah.
Zach.
So the problem,
don't worry.
The problem they've got going on right now is not just all these refugees and they're filling up MedLab. Zach asks Garibaldi, it's like, is there anything we can do? Can we ask the captain? And Garibaldi says, the captain says, we don't turn anyone away until they're healthy.
Yeah, but
Zach's like, oh, come on, can't you talk to us? And Garibaldi's like, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, because he feels for them and everything, but it's like just too many and you got to take everybody. It's like, but we need more room. We need more room. I mean, the casualties are too heavy for their MedLab facilities, and basically walking through the Zocalo, the spotlights that cover the whole area flash on Veer.
One of Veer's best lines in foretelling here.
Oh yeah, we have that coming,
Mr. Morden. There.
Yes, you get to do that. You get to do this scene. This is the one of the ones that I have here.
I would hope so. I was expecting Ambassador Mollari. Next slide, please. He was recalled to Centauri Prime for consultations about the war effort. And how is your war going? Why do you ask me questions when you already know the answers? Just making conversation. There, sit. And he just looks back at him, and he points. Sit.
Yeah, I know.
Sit
Here's where he looks at him because he doesn't want to, but Morden says, "Sit."
Sit.
Okay, so at this point, I want to change his name, and some of the Brits might get this one from Mr. Morden to Barbara Woodhouse. And I'll wait and see how many in the chat actually get that reference.
Well, Swappers is out there.
Yes.
Let's see if Swappers gets it. So, okay, we can continue, I think.
Oh, I don't know. Gavin Unit 1 says this is a skip.
Oh, yeah, Gavin.
Nothing happens.
Oh, I think he's being sarcastic.
Oh. But Mr. Morden asks, "You don't like me, do you, Beer?" I find this surprising. After all, my associates and I are doing everything we can to help your people reclaim their place in the galaxy. I should think you'd be grateful. Is there a reason you sent for me? I sent for Ambassador Mollari. But you're here. He's not. Nick and wait. If restoring the Centauri Republic means nothing to you, what does? What do you want?
Don't ask that question.
I'd like to live just long enough to be there when they cut off your head and stick it on a pike as a warning to the next 10 generations that some favors come with too high a price. I would look up at your lifeless eyes and wave like this.
I have to do it.
I would look up into your lifeless eyes and wave like this. Can you and your associates arrange that for me, Mr. Morden?
Yeah. Can you and your associates arrange that for me, Mr. Morden?
Fingers, doesn't it?
Oh, man, I had to do it, though, because this is something that comes back later.
And after he asks that, can you arrange that for me? He leans in, well. But instead, he pulls out the data crystal and says, "Here's the information Ambassador Mollari asked for. Give it to him when he arrives." And he sets it on the table. You can go now. He gets up, starts to walk away, stops, turns around. "Mr. Morden."
Oh, foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Man, Veer, balls.
Yeah, Veer does have balls. You have to give him that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And they are brass.
Yes.
Apparently he has 6 of them.
6 of something else. 6 pair, maybe, actually.
As he explains with Vondra later on.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, there are 6. There are 6, you see.
Wow.
And by the time you get to 5, it's...
Yeah. It's just the way Ivana acts. It's just the way it calls the good. She just changes and goes, "Nix."
Oh, okay. Let's.
Now, this whole conversation about what we're going to do with all these Narn wounded results in Sheridan saying, "Okay, here's how you triage." And I'm thinking to myself, doesn't Franklin already know how to triage? He is a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know, triage means sorting your cases by severity. Oh, he's got a boo-boo? Okay, stop a bandit on him, get him out of here. Oh, he's got a broken leg? Okay, get it set, get him out of here. Oh, he's dying? Priority.
Yeah.
It's something where he's basically, just saying, okay, he knows that probably they're not going to be able to do anything differently. All he can do is just say, pass along the message to Franklin. Franklin's at the point that Franklin's the one that makes a determination.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was thinking about it. It may be that because he's come on, he has a hard decision than Franklin. I do like the way what he does is he points that, as he says, the injured, okay, we get through we can. The suit in the med bay, and then what about the dying med bay as well? You've got 3 options because that's what triage is. It's literally 3. It's try.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's 3 levels. It's waiting. It's just like said, immediately you're walking wounded, seriously wounded, dying.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's a case of dying. It's usually a case of they're dying. Make them as comfortable as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's dying, no hope cases. But yeah. Yeah, because I like Sheridan when he says, "I don't want anybody dying on the cold floor on the cold floors of the corridors."
Right.
Yep. But this entire conversation was just an excuse for Garibaldi to see what was on the screen behind Sheridan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which was about the Icarus. The science vessel my wife was on exploded. Everyone died. Can I look at it? Yeah, there's nothing in there. So he starts looking through the personnel. Hey, wait a second. I've seen this guy. He's alive.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's impossible. He died on the Icarus. No, I'm telling you, I've seen him. Well, when did he get here? When did he last leave? He goes, let me see.
Well, they have the intro break, and then they complete the scene after the the theme. Yeah. So yeah, we're coming back to the scene here. We're going to handle that, but we also have to handle like our guest stars, one of which is this guy on screen here coming up. So yeah, this is to continue the conversation. Oh, yeah. Damn it, Zach, get him off the guest star list. Put him in the regular cast list.
That's him. I never forget a face. Morden. Yeah. Same ideas on the Icarus. You know what? I think this jerk actually was working on the bridge a couple of years ago.
No, that's purely just happened to be someone who looked exactly like him.
That's what I mean. I think this guy was working on the bridge. I gotta check the records.
No,
Alex Hyde White.
KMS categorically said it's not the same guy.
Now this is Pierce. What is it? Maccabee. Yeah. He also, well, not only this part, but this Alex Hyde White also plays Neroon.
Yeah.
No, doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, Neroon is John something, isn't it?
No, he plays Neroon, and this guy here from, not Home Guard. That's the new one. Night Watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah.
And Ed Wasser.
Wasser.
Because Alex Hyde White's dad is a very famous Alexander Wilfred Hyde White is a famous British actor.
So yes, Ed Wasser plays Morden, who will be doing lots of talking about. This is the episode where Morden gets to shine. Yep. And now we get back to the conversation. He's still here, so they find out that this guy is currently on the station. Arrived 2 days ago, still on the station.
Find him. Bring him here.
Yeah, Sheridan is still going through, the effects of his late wife. Finally, and so it's raw. The memory's still raw, and he's still. I mean, that's the thing. He lost his wife in this Icarus visiting, as he's finding out now, Z'Ha Dum, and it's like, okay, somebody survived that, and he's alive. What's going on? But he doesn't know the whole story, and this episode's going to bring more of the story to him. So anyway, this lady has some opportunities. Talia gets a visit from the guy that we're talking about right now, this Maccabee from Home Guard.
I'm regional director of the newly formed Ministry of Peace.
Yeah, I just included a couple lines here. We're not doing the scene, but...
No, but I just wanted people to know what he sounded like.
And I wanted...
more or less his voice.
And I've always been religious. There we go. Alex Hyde White. And basically asked her to come to the meeting, and she says, okay.
I'll try.
I love that. She gives a few answers. All right. I'll try. What's that on her lapel there? Oh, that's Psycho, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really shining bright there and there.
Yep. But then Franklin is woken by Ivanova, who points out, "You haven't slept for 36 hours." And Franklin should have said, "What are you talking about? You just woke me up."
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah, he was nodding off and she came. And I summarized this one, but
Yeah.
I have a few lines.
But you'll notice he says, "I've been using stims." Like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's not a substitute for real sleep, and they have consequences.
I don't know what you're talking about. How could they possibly have any consequence?
But she relieves him of duty. Says 6 hours minimum sleep. Then have yourself a meal at the mess hall. So she comes down, relieves him. She saw that he basically hasn't slept. He's been working for 36 hours. I don't know how he could do that. I first of all don't know how people could even take a stimulant, man. My anxiety would go through the roof.
And by the way, Colin put it in the private chat, and he is right. John Vickery is who played Naroon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? All this time, Liza and I have been thinking this guy is Naroon.
Checking his IMDb.
Also played the human Wells. Both in Babylon 5 and in Crusade.
Yeah, that's all he's got for Babylon 5.
In Crusade, he's accompanying the let's say the flamboyant Shooty Gatwa like.
He was with the guy that was like
designer.
Yeah, he was with the guy that was interior.
That's the same human.
No, I know it's the same guy, but I thought he also played Naroon because I don't know, something about him was very.
He did. No, John Vickery played Naroon and Wells, and he played Wells. Wells carried over to that one appearance in Babylon.
Oh, so wait a minute. This Maccabee, yeah, Wells comes with the Ministry of Peace guy. In a few episodes, Wells comes.
Yeah,
but he's not the same as the Night.
No.
Okay. See, I was right about that guy's Naroon. The thing is, I thought that guy Wells was this guy. I thought this was the same guy.
No.
All right. So no, we were right about, Wells. I didn't know the difference between Wells and Maccabee. I thought they were the same.
I got you. Yeah. I see the beginning, but yeah.
Well, they're both British.
And of course, everyone in Britain knows everyone in Britain, don't they, Lawrence?
Yes, and they have very similar accents. Like, it's hard to tell the difference between Swappers and Colin.
Right. Moving along.
Yes, trying.
Identity card. Of course. Is there a problem? No problem. I'm going to have to ask you to step over there for a minute and get these other people through. It's just routine. I thought you said there wasn't a problem. No, there won't be if you just step over there. I don't think that'll be necessary. A lot of guns pointing at Mr. Morden now.
Yeah. And?
A lot of guns. And he puts his hands up.
Yeah, now this scene, beautifully acted. I guess we're going to do the whole thing here because I included them all.
Nice shoes.
That's from Morden.
Yeah, I'll admit my knowledge of the law is somewhat limited. But I believe it's tradition. If you're going to hold someone, you should at least charge him with something. Sheridan's still not saying anything as he uncrosses his legs and picks up a picture to hand it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And slides it over. He gradually looks it up. Very pretty. Anna Sheridan.
Not the same one. It's going to be an A1, but
I
don't recognise her because I've never seen her on Z'Ha Dum.
Is this supposed to mean something?
And then he plays the VHS of the Icarus.
And the video, excuse me, something in my throat. And the video says, "It departed Station Prime over 5 weeks ago on a planned 6-month scientific and archaeological mission to the rim. The last message received from Icarus gave no sign of the problem that led to its He turns it off. Ah. That. Yes, I was on board the Icarus, but I don't remember what happened. I don't remember how I survived. A passing transport found the wreck, and I was outside, unconscious, floating in an EVA suit. I must have been outside working when the Icarus exploded. The shock and the trauma wiped out my memory of what happened. Why didn't you tell Earth Central you were alive? It was months before I could even remember my name, much less file a report. When I was back on my feet, I sent a message to Earth Central. I guess they never received it. You're a damned liar. I'm sorry you feel that way, Captain, but there's nothing I can do about that, so if there's nothing else, I'd like to... And as he tries to stand up, Sheridan, he shoved the table back into him to keep him from getting up. You're not leaving. You can't do this. Watch me. You're going to have to charge me with something. And last I heard, being alive is not a crime. You seem to have forgotten something, Mr. Morden. Earth Central thinks you're dead. Until I send them my report, you are still dead. It means you've got no rights, no legal recourse. No one to miss you if you don't turn up. You're playing a very dangerous game, Captain. It could cost you your command. 139 people died on board the Icarus, Mr. Morden, including my wife. And here you sit, not a scratch. Now something here doesn't add up. I intend to find out what happened, what really happened. If necessary, you will sit here for the next hour, the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year, the next 500 years. But you will not leave here until I know the truth.
Yeah, so that's where we get the situation before we move on to what's next. That's the end of this first meeting. Beautifully acted.
Really is.
Yeah.
And in fact, that is indeed what happens.
Oh, let's say howdy to Adam Gray.
Hello, Mr. Atomic Gray.
Yes.
Up and Adam Gray.
We haven't had a ghost in the chat for a long time, so there you have it.
Well,
he was in the chat last show we did.
He was?
Well, that was as B-roll stage.
Oh, that's right. It was B-roll stage. Not
I don't
the
know.
Ghost,
I have no idea what this connection is between Adam Gray and B-roll stage.
What? How dare you? He's going to throw something at the whatever he's watching right now.
Not.
He is. He is.
Don't. He's a pacifist. So anyway, I don't know. Anybody want to say anything about this? But obviously the main thing here is we get to see a little bit of a slip. Well, it becomes more clear later when Garibaldi talks to him, because then if the audience doesn't see it already, then they get the clue that it's like, this is kind of overstepping your bounds.
Yeah, but you know what's really funny about this? In the Civil War, the state of Virginia had seceded. That was the state that bordered the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C., on the south side.
Mm-hmm.
Maryland, the state that borders Washington, D.C. on the north side, was talking about secession.
Mm-hmm.
The state Senate was ready to put it to a vote. Abraham Lincoln had the entire Maryland Senate arrested and put in prison,
Mm-hmm.
and then he suspended habeas corpus
Mm-hmm.
to hold them without charges for the duration of the war.
Wow. Didn't know that.
Yep.
So that DC would not end up being surrounded literally by the Confederacy.
Mm.
Thinking on it on today's terms, you're like, oh, how dare he? Thinking about it in those days' terms, you're like, yeah, what else was he supposed to do?
Yeah. The thing is that I have sort of a slight. That's really interesting stories, but there's something that occurs to me. I'll probably come back to it even more so at the very end about this thing about who knows what and what the bad guys know, and he's told to hold back, and yet he's just thrown a lot of his cards in front of Mr. He's just put his cards on the table in front of Morden, so he knows something's. He knows there's something weird up with Morden's story here. So,
well, I'm not going to get into it, but
yeah.
Abraham Lincoln was also a tragic figure in many ways.
Mm.
He's not the knight in shining armor he was made out to be.
No one is.
Still.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, but poor Franklin, he did get to sleep, but he had scary dreams. But he doesn't want to talk to Nirvana about them.
No, I mean, it was, yeah.
He doesn't have a rapport with Ivanova.
Well, he does talk here about, well, they were trying to establish one, the conversation where he recommended to put a bag over his head and do it for Babylon 5.
He does say that every time he goes to bed, when he closes his eyes, he sees the face of every patient he lost.
Yeah, I actually did keep that here because it was kind of like, I don't know, there was something about this conversation that seemed cool.
And that's what made him ask if she's religious.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I was raised Jewish, had my bat mitzvah, I attend temple.
Yeah.
How, do you believe in God? And she says, most days. How about you? And he says, I'm a foundationist.
Never heard of that one.
We're followers of the great prophet Harry.
No, I didn't do the whole thing here, but I like these lines where he explains what it is.
It's simple. They're followers of the prophet Harry Seldon.
I don't know Harry Seldon. Oh, was I supposed to?
Nobody's read the Foundation series.
I think
it's been so long since I've read Foundation.
I think I did read some
TV series.
I think I read some of it, but that one when I was young. Yeah, Isaac Asimov.
Yeah.
What of a bunch that sprouted after we made contact with aliens? See, the idea is that God is too big to be defined by words, sort of like Zeno's paradox. You can never really get anywhere because there's an infinite number of dots between you and the object. The closer you get to defining God, the further away he gets. Okay, what does that have to do with this? He stands up, looks away. When a patient starts to slip away. I mean, he looks at you. And his eyes grab hold of you the way a drowning man grabs hold of anything to keep from sinking. Afraid. So afraid. And then, just at the last, it's as if they look past you to something else. And the look on their face, it's like nothing you can describe. And then, just as they look past you, the moment they look past you, you can't help but meet their gaze, and just for an instant you see God reflected in their eyes. I've seen a lot of reflected gods today, Susan. And I'm wondering how we can keep believing in them when they've stopped believing in us.
Well,
I do like about Babylon 5 is they do treat religion very well. Like they actually,
Yeah, they don't bash it. They explore it, though.
Yeah, and when you have, they actually explore the concept of other religions.
Well, and I guess it's also, it expands on it. It's not just religion, because this here is more like, I guess, because he's speaking from experience and trying to attach it to, just that concept where, if you think about it, if you try to understand what God really is, unless you really think of it as like some guy with a beard sitting on a throne, if you think, well, it's got to be deeper than that. And it is something that, with our minds and our abilities, it's probably something way beyond we can easily comprehend. And so in that case, from a belief system that takes that as a premise that you can't really totally understand God, I mean, it's got to be a fairly open religion, because if you can't understand God, I mean, how are you going to be able to participate in all these practices and say, oh, this must be a certain festival on this day, or this saint must be revered on this day, and things like that, because
you have faith. You don't have to understand.
I'm saying as a premise in this, saying that you cannot understand the thinking of God. If you don't understand the thinking of God, and if it's beyond that sort of thing to this consciousness that you're calling God, that's beyond our thinking, why is it that we need to do this on a specific day in order to please that entity, when this entity is obviously a little more complex than, you must do this on this day if I am going to like you or send you to hell? It's like, come on. So that's one of the things I like about it. It's not like dogmatically religious. It's
I don't think it's religious at all.
It explores things deeper than that.
It's more spiritual than religious. I think
I would say it's religious on a day sense.
Oh, I'm sorry, Colin. Your audio cut out.
Yeah, the deist sense is what he said.
Sorry. Yeah. So I think it's religious in a spiritual sense more than a deist sense. It's sort of, religion doesn't necessarily require a deity.
Oh. Well, maybe. I mean, they leave it open to that, because it's about all these different alien cultures and different human cultures that have different beliefs, and they're not trying to say one's a champion. But one thing that I thought was interesting in these lines was the concept that it's beyond, God is beyond our understanding in so many ways. I mean,
I can't remember. Did we cover Parliament of Dreams in season 1? Because you got that scene at the end where Sinclair is demonstrating the dominant religious belief of Earth, and he's got this long line of people. He starts up with he's got a Catholic priest, he's got an Orthodox priest, he's got Protestant, he's got a Jew, he's got a Muslim, he's got a Jain, he's got that long line of representatives, and that's just on Earth.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, the other planets brought their own dominant religious system, and his argument, it wasn't really an argument, it was just the fact that they did expand it. This day and age, you would say, well, there's 3 or 4 dominant religions, and then he went well beyond that. But no, I think the show was presenting something there that was kind of important, that differentiating it from, obviously, granted, made-up cultures with the alien species. It's like Earth has definitely not one single dominant belief, whereas Mimbar does.
Yeah.
Huh.
But in any case, they handle it very maturely, and although the one with the kid and the parents that refused medical care was something that could have been a bit of a jab, but it was a difficult one, because it's one where I don't know that
I think
it's easy to come up with the answer.
Well, I think it was one of the few, I think, where actually, I think there was actually a good Franklin episode.
Yeah. This one's got none of the arrogance, and a lot more introspection.
Yeah.
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 Definitely.
But there's
Well,
an
I
interesting-
had.
there's an-
Yeah,
there's an
I
interesting-
say. I'm sorry, y'all calling. We don't know who's talking at what time.
I know.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was
Finish
gonna
your
say,
thought.
I'm not sure which point it is, but they're saying apparently in the there's a bit on the outtake at one point with Morden on screen. He says that guy's supposed to be dead. Apparently, there's an outtake where Ed Wasser grabs his phone against the chair and drop on the floor. But Bruce Boxleitner is not. Everyone has got Boxleitner because Boxleitner is not looking at the screen when he says the lines. He doesn't see Ed Wasser doing that. But I'm not sure a bit later on because there's several bits obviously where we see him on screen.
Well, this one I didn't do all the scenes because I didn't do the lines. I just summarized it here saying that he's got a lot of questions because it's an interrogation.
Yeah.
It's still a great scene, but I had to pick, which ones we do. But this one.
He's like, what was the color of the transport? How long were you there? How long did it take? What happened on the Icarus?
Yeah. Basically, he was just trying to get him to slip up. He even tries to make sure he tried to say that, you said before it was this color when it's this color now. It's like
I loved Morden's reaction on that. He goes, "No, I didn't."
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically Well, sometimes they try that in interrogations. They'll say, "Well, you said this before." It's like, "No, I didn't." Oh wow, man! But that interesting thing. That's how they. That's what Martha Stewart actually spent time for. Was not actually insider trading or whatever she was initially accused of. It was because she got her statement wrong with the CIA compared to a previous statement. That's how they got her. And it's like, I don't know. I didn't even follow that, so I don't know whether it was right or wrong, and I don't have an opinion on it. But it's one of those things where, it's just like when they got Capone, it wasn't for murders or things like that. It was tax evasion.
I just loved that her conviction then was right around the time AOL was still a big thing, and people were saying, "You've got jail."
Well,
I don't know.
It's the same thing they got Capone on, wasn't it? Tax evasion in the end.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it was, but for her, it was just getting it. Well, they would say lying to the IRS, but not IRS, the CIA or whoever it was, FBI, one of the alphabet agencies, probably FBI, or it could have been what is it? SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, because they deal with that sort of thing. I forget. I totally could be getting that wrong, but I know that it was that her thing that she got convicted on was just getting a statement different than a previous statement, which is akin to lying, basically. Or
perjury, in effect, yeah.
Yeah, but it could be something where you said something and then you said it again, kind of like a different way, or you weren't quite sure. It doesn't mean that you necessarily intended to lie. You just got a statement different on a second occasion so they can say whatever it is that's lying. And I'm not defending Martha Stewart. I have no idea what she did or whether she did anything wrong, but they didn't get her on what she was actually being questioned for, in other words.
Yeah, they got her on a suspicious sale of Imclone Systems stock, but she was convicted of conspiracy, obstruction of an agency proceeding, and 2 counts of making false statements to federal investigators.
Yeah, the 2 counts of false statements is, I guess, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it was also conspiracy and obstruction.
That's when they run the thing up. It's like, okay, we could say this thing where you got this statement wrong. Okay, we're going to call this a false statement, and it's a conspiracy, and it's this, and they just layer things on. It's like, damn it, if they want you, they're going to get you.
Yeah, that's the thing with government. Things are written in a way that if they want to get you on something, they will find something. It's like, what was it Lenin who said, "Show me the man and I'll show you the crime," or something like that.
Yeah.
We have a thoroughly corrupt government. And you know that insider trading is happening in our legislature all the time. Why don't they get some of those folks for it?
Because
No
it's
le
happening on both
conviene, like
sides of
what, like what my mom says. No le conviene.
They won't do anything about it because it's happening on both sides of the aisle.
Of
Both sides
course.
are enjoying the profits.
Of course.
Never mind the
Martha
fact we would go
Stewart
to
probably
jail for that.
she just pissed off her overlord, so they gave her a warning.
Yeah.
You know.
5 months in jail is a hell of a warning.
Well,
Like
I'm sure
I
it was a
said.
better jail than
Yeah, and
other
the
people would
thing
go
is,
to.
like, what's happening in our legislature is far worse than what she supposedly did, and none of those ever, none of that goes anywhere.
Yep.
But
it will if they want to get you, like they
if
wanted to get.
if they wanted to get, who
Yeah.
knows, behind closed doors, maybe she wasn't compliant with something, and her overlords decided that they were going to teach her a lesson, because that's the way the world really works, my friend. Unfortunately.
But this
Hey,
isn't
right
a show
ahead.
about Martha Stewart. This is a show about Babylon 5.
Yes. So what my point is, Sheridan is doing here is really, really wrong. And there's no way to paint this. But of course, these characters that are written for Babylon 5 are really human. They're real. And
when Ivanova confronts Sheridan, what he says to her says it all, and it basically shows you exactly where he's coming from, why he's doing this, and while what he's doing is wrong, the intentions are right. And this is where you say the ends do not justify the means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Garibaldi tells him the same thing too.
Yep.
Well, it wasn't 2 episodes ago. Sheridan was talking about not sacrificing the principles.
And that all went out the window when he got when he was, again, these characters are real because they're flawed.
Yeah.
He's not Superman.
Nope.
He is a person, a flawed person, and luckily there was a system in place to keep this flawed person in check. Being Garibaldi, doing what he's going to do, and I don't remember what Ivanova told him, but probably she did keep him in check.
Well, she tried. She tried at first, but then she kind of relaxed on it because of
the reason he gave her.
Yeah, the reason he gave her, which of course is something that you will feel compassion for, but once again, it's emotionally based. He's torn up about his wife, and that's why he can't let this go. Although he does raise another point later when we will talk about Winston. I don't know why I said it that way. I said it in a proper
Germanic
accent. Oh no! Now I'm Indian.
Now you're Indian. Oh dear.
Now I am Indian.
Oh dear.
Well, are we going to get to the Garibaldi scene? Let's do that because it's important.
Okay. Well, no, we still have this first, and this is good.
Oh.
Liza, you're going to love this. I kept some of the language here that hopefully Dutch can read for us because this is also beautiful. I'm recruiting for the good guys. Yes, he is.
Yeah, right.
We call it the Night Watch, named after those brave citizens who stood vigilant in the darkness against their enemies. Completely voluntary organization. Members receive 50 credits per week, above and beyond their regular salaries for services rendered. What kind of services?
Well, hold on. Let me try to get in sync with you. All right, here we go. What kind of services?
What kind of services?
Well, let's let Colin speak, and then we'll continue this.
Well, the problem is it's the Night Watch, so you end up having to fight dragons, but on the plus side, you're in one of the best Terry Pratchett series, so...
Yes.
Warport City Watch.
Okay, so she's going, what kind of services? Yeah, they're going to pay you $50 to wear the R-band and do what?
Mainly just to be present wearing the colours of the Night Watch. Raise public awareness, make them start thinking about peace, about the way they treat each other. I can't believe Earth would pay us 50 credits a week just to walk around the station. Correct. As the name implies, you must also be watchful. Peace can be made or broken with a gun, a word, an idea, even a thought. You need to catch up.
Yeah.
Next one. And finally, next one. That's where he
Well,
says,
because I wanted to include in these
that's where he says,
some of the
even a
facial
thought.
expressions in between.
Yeah, but notice they centered on Talia when he said, even a thought. Now those who work against peace sow the seeds of discontent. They plant false stories. They undermine the public good. It's not because they're necessarily evil. It's because they don't know any better. They're rejected. They're unhappy. They lash out in the only ways they can. If we are made aware of these problems as they occur, then we can find these people.
Disappear
Talk
them.
to these people. What's that?
We
Disappear
can
them.
disappear them. I mean,
We can embrace them in the arms of society,
Oh, God.
while at the same time protecting society from misinformation and harmful ideas.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
and
was
Zach gives
anybody
the
else-
expression there.
anybody
Yeah.
else here hearing Rachel Zegler talking about loving people in the right direction?
Yeah. We're less interested in actions than we are in attitudes. We must help protect society against its own worst instincts. And by taking these bold steps, we will help to ensure a better future for everyone. I'm proud to be a part of it, and I hope you'll all join me in becoming a part of the Night Watch.
Of the thought
Yes.
police. I mean,
But
Night Watch.
it's, man, just the vocabulary being used, and we can embrace them in society. It's like in a jail cell, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to watch for misinformation
I
and
just said
bad
we should have read
thoughts.
40 years ago.
Yeah, and protect them from themselves and they're just had a bad day and they're just spouting out. We got to protect them from themselves.
We'll talk with them and embrace them.
Yeah, I guess you would call them love camps. But anyway, yeah, I mean, they were good at basically how they expressed the propaganda.
Purple, says Gavin Unit. Exactly, Gavin. Exactly.
Well, maybe the Drazi had it right. People can be discontent. It's just, about a color and you fight each other every year or something.
Man. I mean, the reason it's written so well is because this is an old playbook, my friends. This is old. As old as civilization, which is maybe overrated.
Yeah, it's just about seeking out those people who are not towing the line.
Towing the line.
Thinking differently, questioning things and stuff.
How dare you think differently?
You mean wrong think?
Wrong think, yes. Oh.
But anyway, here I decided to summarize this. I think I might have some lines coming up in a moment, but basically Garibaldi expresses why he can't continue to go along with this. Let me just see. Yeah, I do have some lines starting here, but yeah.
Because he had said, look, sometimes I'm out in the world, I say play things passionless, but inside this office, I play it by the book. This isn't even close. I'll assume responsibility. Can't do that. As head of security, every prisoner is my responsibility. I'm the one who's accountable, and I'll be brought up on charges. And that's when Sheridan says, the previous slide.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I choose what I include.
I know. I'm trying to skip past all this. Interpreting regulations for a senior officer can be considered an act of insubordination. Okay, so now what? You gonna charge me with insubordination? Is that it? You want to lock me up in the next cell? You pulled the trigger on this one, Captain. You better be prepared to back it up. Sheridan just looks at him for a second. I just need more time, Michael, that's all.
No.
If he knows what happened to Anna, then if he is somehow responsible for... I'm sorry. I can't let him go. Well, I'm sorry, too.
Good for you, Garibaldi.
Because I can't be here as chief of security while something like this is going on.
Exactly.
Either it stops or I resign, effective immediately.
Awesome.
What'll it be? What'll it be, Captain?
And that's where they leave
Sheridan
it
can't
hanging.
even say anything, so he just okay.
Yep.
Here's
Yep.
my link. Here's my piece. Here's my badge.
Yep. We need more Garibaldis in power.
Go to commercial.
Yeah, we go to commercial, but then Zach, I put in. He has a new arm badge and a promotion. Well, at least a temporary one.
Man, Zach, they show him to be so gullible up until he learns better.
Yeah, I guess it would have been better to have. I guess, is he wearing the badge yet? No, he's not.
Not yet.
Not it,
But
later
he thinks it's a great deal.
Well,
later.
no, it's this episode. You see him questioning it in that meeting. You see him questioning
but
it.
he
He's
puts
not
up
sure.
with it for an extra 40 credits in his paycheck, and
Oh, it's 50.
Whatever.
Minus
but
tax.
anyway,
40 off tax.
Before tax.
Before tax. Yeah, the taxes will definitely take 20%. Yes.
Virkato asking to see you, Captain.
Yeah, he basically gives, he tells Zach that he's going to be acting as security chief for a bit. And then, he gets a call there. Veer Koto would like to speak to you. And he says it's urgent. And that's where Veer comes in. And it's like, I'm sorry. You're going to have to let this guy out. He's saying, what is he in for? He's like, how do you know that we have him? It's like, well, you must, because I can't find out any information about him. What happened to him? He hasn't left and all this stuff. And he's always on time for things. So I figure you got to have him. Of course, Veer probably also knows this guy, Mr. Morden's not such a good guy. So maybe he got in trouble.
One thing about Mr. Morden, he never misses an appointment.
Yeah. Yeah. And so Veer has to ask him, you got to let him go. But Sheridan's saying, well, you can't use the diplomatic immunity thing because we're not really holding him for, here, I included the pertinent stuff.
Yeah. Because he told him he's an official guest of the Satire Republic and eligible for diplomatic immunity. Now that's an awfully long way to go on behalf of this guy. Why? What's he mean to Londo? Who is he? He must have a lot of clout with the Centauri Republic. So far as he told us, he's just an ordinary trader. Sorry. It's an internal matter. Oh. But I told you we are extending diplomatic immunity to Mr. Morden, so please release him. Diplomatic immunity only applies when the subject is charged with a crime. So far, Mr. Morden hasn't been charged. We're holding him in protective custody. Protecting him from what? I haven't decided yet. Good day, Mr. Koto. It's funny. Mr. Morden loves calling people Mr. such and such, Mr. so-and-so, Miss so-and-so, but he never calls Veer Mr. Koto. He just calls him Veer.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't like Veer, and he knows Veer doesn't like him, and he's a Londo underling that he would have removed if he had,
Still unlike Morden to let it show like that.
Veer really gets to him. You could tell in the conversation at the table that,
There must be something, that can be sensed.
Well, he senses that Veer is uncorruptible, so he has
the
disdain
shadows on
for
either
him.
side of him sense it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Morden, as we'll see later, is not alone. Now, I didn't include this conversation, but this is where Ivanova has the same kind of the same issues as Garibaldi, but she's not taking a stand on it. He basically wears her down with, but basically one after another, people are coming to him. So the signs are there that, this is.
Well, she's also got the point that it's his executive office that it's her job.
Yep.
To tell him he's going to well. Garibaldi can merely say, Garibaldi can sort of point these things out, but for Ivana, it's her job to point out if she thinks she's doing something odd. He can then override it, but as she said, it's her job to do that, which is what all he said was noted, Commander.
Yeah, it's her job to do it, but she could. I don't know if, I guess I can't be sure if her position allows it, but someone could make a claim that he's unfit at this point in time, like he's emotionally compromised.
And he says, look, Anna and my job were all that I had for 10 years, and then she was taken from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to deal with the fact that it was an accident. You know what? Move on, focus on my job. And now this guy pops up, and suddenly that's all turned upside down. For all I know, that man killed Anna. Now, if you had that doubt in your mind, could you let him go? Could you? And she has to admit, no, I couldn't.
Mm.
And she's right. And he's right. But he's also wrong.
He's very wrong. Garibaldi took a hard stance on that, and that's what everybody in that crew was supposed to do. But I mean,
well, some of them aren't in the position to. All they can do is resign.
That's. I mean, if everyone does what's right and resigns, who are they going to replace them with? And then Sheridan, who has camaraderie with these people, will be like, man, okay, maybe what I'm doing is really, really bad. And there's no excuse for misusing my power this way.
But there is one last thing that he says in this scene, though. He says, because the other possibility is that if he is alive, then maybe she is alive.
Yeah.
Well, it's all fine and dandy, but
even apart from that doesn't really hold water because Morden hasn't indicated anything, and Sheridan's actions haven't indicated any attempt to try and work with Morden to see if she's alive. He's been on attack right from the beginning. So
that's true. If what he wanted is information, just purely information, and not just emotionally like lashing out at this guy, he would work with Morden to get information.
We as an audience know that Morden's bad, but for Sheridan's perspective, he doesn't know.
Exactly. He has no information about this guy. So I guess the more logical first impulse would be to try to work with this guy to get information. But I think he's lashing out at this guy emotionally. Everybody sees it. He doesn't want to be accountable for what he's doing right now. He's just, And so, Garibaldi did the right thing. Yeah,
he brought him in for questioning. Go on, Colin.
So the thing is, from Sheridan's point of view, probably the scene that's actually falling is not the idea that she's dead. It's the idea that the alternative is she's alive. And if she's alive, either she cannot contact him, or she doesn't want to contact him. And I suspect that, and that latter possibility is probably what's supposed to be actually be driving him on and else, is that something's happened and that he thought she was dead, but no, maybe it's worse than that. Maybe she's deliberately staying away from him.
Thing is, Sheridan brought Morden in to talk to him, to ask him questions. Hey, you were on the Icarus. How are you still alive?
No, it wasn't like that. he was really confrontational from the beginning, with his feet on the table, the silent treatment, the bright light on him. Sheridan was not just there for information. He was interrogatory right from the start.
You're right, but he still wanted to know, how are you still alive when the rest of them are dead?
Mm-hmm.
And Morden spun an obvious lie. He doesn't care what Sheridan wants to know. He's not going to tell Sheridan what he wants to know. That's when Sheridan goes, okay, then I'm not letting you go. You have to charge me with something. No, I don't. You're dead, remember?
Yeah, but as she points out here, it's like using the letter of the law to defeat the spirit of the law doesn't hold water. But no, Sheridan was confrontational right from the beginning. He almost like presumed guilt before
but
he
again,
even got the answer.
He did bring him in to ask him questions. He asked him the questions, interrogatively, of course. But Morden did not give him the truth, and he knows it.
Yeah, but he started from that presumption to begin with. Pretty much. So it's like, I mean, you could already see that he was kind of like unhinged to begin with.
He had no way to verify whether Morden was lying or not.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you could see right in the office with Garibaldi, the way he reacted. He was like presuming this guy had something to do with it in a negative way. Not like, oh, I got to find out what this guy knows.
Yeah, at that point, he does know the guy does something in a negative way because he's convinced of it. He is reading the guy and he understands how people react in certain situations. This guy's lying. And he tells Garibaldi.
But he was convinced of that before that moment. He was convinced that in the office with Garibaldi before he ever saw him.
Okay.
Yeah, just the way he was reacting.
Yeah, he jumped to
said to Garibaldi, all I need to find is just one verifiable lie, and we've got him.
That's the thing, you know, but he came right in hot with assuming the guy was guilty of something without any evidence. He came in, how is this guy still alive? It's like, oh my gosh. And he came in emotionally hot from the very beginning. And it just went downhill for Sheridan. From there, yeah.
But here, Talia is now being asked, all right, to see if she can kind of slip in this mind a little bit. And she's like, no. I can't do that now. Now, we know Psychor is corrupt and they will break their own rules all the time. But she is not.
She has personal principles, yes.
Yeah, she still has principles and she's already doubting Psychor and stuff. But she's still like not going to just scan somebody without their permission unless it's part of like a contract arrangement, in which case she could do surface stuff. You know, they have their rules and this is not one of those things she's able to do. But Sheridan's a little sneaky and makes sure that as they escort Talia back, she goes by Morden in the hallway. And that's when they pass each other. Now, the thing is here, I don't know if it's like Morden's thoughts were overly too much. Plus, we know that he has two shadows on either side of him. That might have had an impact on it. But she's walking by and it's like, I don't know. I don't think she intentionally wants to read thoughts, but they're like strong, so she can't help it.
Yeah, he's transmitting really hard.
Because you look at her face there, she's just like, what? And it's probably, I think, the shadows on either side, and then she sees silhouette.
Well, also, go back to the slide, that's that shot right there of Morden. He's first in light, and then the shadow just covers his face without covering the wall behind him. It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
Yep, this is a dark force here. And she can't help but read him, yeah.
And for a brief second, you could actually see the shadows on either side of Morden.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's more than reading. It's like she's greatly affected, and Zach's like, I got her, and, you know, gonna get her out of there.
And her reaction to Sheridan was totally justified.
Yeah, except she really slapped Boxleitner.
Yes.
Twice. They only shot the scene twice because she was really hitting him hard. They used the first take in the show.
She was going for realism.
Yeah, it's too like falling into a bottomless well and cold, so cold.
And just for a second, I thought I saw this. What? What did you see? A shape. I don't know. It was probably nothing. Still, you should make a full report.
I think I just did.
Yeah.
Yeah. She looks back at
Zach.
Zach. Yeah.
Zach. Zach, the order follower.
Then Sheridan comes in apologizing, but she's
Those
like,
Winters, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I didn't think it. Ow.
Yep.
Guess I had that coming. I guess you did. Hope it
Yep.
was worth it.
Good for you, Franklin. Guilt trip.
We have to speak with you about Mr. Morden.
You too?
Uh-oh. Not you two.
Yes.
Both of you?
You must release him at once.
Oh, yeah, there's you two? The both of you?
Yeah.
Why is everyone so interested in this guy?
You simply have to trust us, Captain. If you do not release him quickly, everyone here is in terrible danger.
No, not until I get some answers, once and for all. She looks at Kosh, and he looks at her, and he nods. And she says,
If this is the only way, then we will give you those answers. But be warned, once you know his secret, once you know what we have known for the last 3 years, you will never sleep well again. Come,
Ooh.
Captain. The greatest nightmare of our time is waiting for you.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I think there was a commercial break there, too.
yes, there was. And when they come back,
There
Yeah.
are beings in the universe billions of years older than either of our races. Once, long ago, they walked among the stars like giants, vast and timeless.
What Jakar's already said.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Jakar said that.
I think Jakar said something very similar, didn't he?
Ah, yes.
They taught the younger races, explored beyond the rim, created great empires. But to all things there is an end. Slowly, over 1 million years, the first ones went away. Some passed beyond the stars, never to return. Some simply disappeared.
Delenn, I'm sure this is all very interesting, but what does this have to do with Morden?
Not all of the first ones have gone away. A few stayed behind, hidden or asleep, waiting for the day when they may be needed, when the shadows come again.
Shadows?
We have no other name for them. The shadows were old when even the ancients were young. They battled one another over and over across 1 million years. The last great war against the shadows was 10,000 years ago. It was the last time the ancients walked openly among us. But the shadows were only defeated, not destroyed. 1,000 years ago, the shadows returned to their places of power, rebuilt them, and began to stretch forth their hand. Before they could strike, they were defeated by an alliance of worlds, including the Minbari, and the few remaining First Ones who have not yet passed beyond the veil. When they had finished, the First Ones went away, all but one.
There's still one of them left. Where? And she just looks at him and then glances
can't
at
get the point,
Kosh. Hey.
Mr. Are you really that thick, Sheridan?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
What?
And Sheridan.
Who ships a living matter?
Yeah.
You know, who
And he-
ships a living ship?
He gets that look on his face. Go back a slide.
Yeah.
He gets that look on his face, and then she says, "That is why Kosh cannot leave his encounter suit. He would be recognized." Recognized? By whom? Everyone.
I don't quite get this point, because if they've been hiding in the, let's not say in the shadows, if they've been out for 1 million years, you know, the last time they appeared, why would anybody necessarily recognize them? And they do explain that a little bit better later on when. At the
Oh
end of
yeah,
this
well
scene.
that explains it, but this is just a hint. This is just foreshadowing because there's no way to really explain it at this point in time. But it's just a mysterious thing that Kosh says, and then later you get the payoff.
Yeah.
For centuries, the Vorlons stood alone, the last remaining guardians, watching and waiting. Then, last year, I sent Kosh a message.
Yeah, I didn't include the lines from the recap, but just an image.
Did you see Ambassador Kosh? I did. Did you relay my question precisely, word for word? I did. His reaction? Just one word. He said, yes.
And that's straight from that episode. They played a clip.
Right. If yes was the answer, what was the question?
Have the shadows returned to Z'Ha Dum?
Oh.
Z'Ha Dum.
I thought the question was probably something more like, should I change into a butterfly?
What is the airspeed on a laden sparrow?
What do you mean, African or European?
Yeah. Oh man, that's probably going to take 4 weeks to get through.
Mike is ready to go.
Yeah. Z'Ha Dum. Boom, boom.
That's the world Jakar's been warning us about all year. Sheridan, learn.
And
there we go. This, I think.
Your wife's ship.
This is a question I had here was what did the Vorlons have a presence on and in orbit around Z'Ha Dum? So is this sort of an actual recording?
Well, they had a drone there. They had an organic shielded drone squid filming this, and then the Len is getting a feed right now that she's able to do the voiceover.
Excuse me. I interpreted this more as Kosh was letting him see what happened, but not necessarily a recording.
But it's funny because Delenn has to know that Icarus is being shown in his mind.
Oh yeah, no, definitely Delenn is seeing it too.
Yeah.
But she knows what's going on.
No, I was kidding about the drone thing. But I'm just saying.
Well,
I think this was more of a for the audience thing, where they light up Sheridan's face, so he's getting a mind
download,
and somehow Delenn, I guess, is narrating it. It's a little weird. It would have been better if Kosh was saying this. I think it would have been a little more straightforward.
I've got a feeling that somewhere in the in one of the Psych Technomage books, I've got a feeling that at some point they do mention something being on Z'Ha Dum when the shadows return. It's a long time since I read them. But again, that's something later, not on screen, so it's not something that will be applicable at this point here.
Well, anyway, he's seeing the Icarus.
Your wife's ship, sent to investigate the ruins of an ancient race no one has ever heard of before.
Z'Ha Dum.
Yeah, look at that. I kept some of this because it just looks cool.
Yeah, you hear people talking. You hear them. You hear like radio chatter back and forth. They've got a nice little setup going here. Lights. Hey, look! There's a cave over here.
There's the bottomless well. And down in the cave, we see some sort of creature.
And by the way, there were some spotlights that they were shining around that went over the mouth of the cave before you see the creature.
Our name is too long, so we just call them the Shadows.
Yeah.
The Eki Varu Boings.
And Sheridan is rocked back from the image.
Yeah, and there we go.
Yeah. The Icarus. They found something. They woke something up. Yes. Once awakened, the shadows could not allow them to leave in case they might warn others. Those who would not serve were killed. But were they all killed? Delenn, maybe some of them were kept alive as prisoners. Anna might still be alive. Morden must be released. After what you just showed me, how can you ask me to let him go? Because right now they do not know how much we know. The last time the Shadows lost because they moved too quickly. Now they're being careful, gathering their forces slowly. If you push Morden, sooner or later, he will tell you what happened. Then he will be killed, and you will be killed. The Shadows will move now before we're ready for them. How are they going to know? Because Morden is never alone. By the way, last time they were beaten because they moved too quickly. Now, if we let them know we know, they'll move more quickly. Wait. Huh?
Well, what she's trying to say is last time they moved too quickly, so this time they're moving slower. But they want them to move slower. They want them to keep with this strategy, moving slower. They don't want to do anything that would speed them up because they're not ready yet.
Right. So last time they moved quickly, and that's why they lost. So this time they're moving slowly, but if they move quickly, they'll win. Wait.
But the Shadows don't know that. Right now the Shadows are still organizing. They want to get this darn conflict over, and plus we find out later they have some tentacles elsewhere. So they're still arranging. The Shadows don't. I mean, basically, they want them to keep the same strategy they're taking. They don't want to give them any reason to change what they're doing now. But yeah, it is kind of like, okay, now you're moving slowly. Maybe if you would move quicker, it would work better for you. But the Shadows don't know yet. They're just following their strategy as it is right now, and they just don't want to give them a reason to change. Yeah,
the Shadows may not know that all the first ones have gone for starters.
Well, listen to me. Aside from the Vorlons, we do not have the first ones to help us this time. We are on our own. We will have only one chance to stop them. And if we fail, billions will die. Excuse me. There comes a moment when each of us must pledge himself to something greater than himself. You told Jakar he had to decide between revenge and the good of his own people. Now you must make the same decision, Captain. It will be the most important decision of your life.
No pressure.
I did wonder how she knew about his discussion with Jakar, but...
so that's the end of that.
And this is a horseshit thing that Sheridan tells Zach.
Yeah.
I'll let Colin explain because it's a little closer to home for him.
It didn't happen.
He basically tells Zach the story of the Coventry bombing on November 14, 1940, and how they actually had the intelligence for it, but they decided not to act on it because otherwise the Germans would know that they had the intelligence on it. Colin, take it away.
The Enigma code, basically.
Yeah,
Colin,
there were situations like that, but Coventry wasn't one of them. They didn't know that much. They didn't know enough about Coventry. They didn't know. It's been a story that's been around for years, for decades.
1974.
Yeah, but it didn't actually. It's based on the fact that there are things that there were things that we discovered within having cracked Enigma, and the same for the you guys cracked the Japanese equivalent. And what they actually did is they didn't want the Germans to know that we cracked Enigma, which is true. All that's true. And what was done occasionally was, okay, we had this. Is there anything else we can do? Oh, let's see. Oh, well, it just happened. A plane was flying in that direction. And just happened to spot this ship. Something like that was done. In other words, they took steps to find other ways to find the information. But the whole thing about Coventry is a myth. It didn't actually happen.
So, well, the thing is, you're saying that basically they didn't know enough about the Enigma code to prevent the bombing of Coventry, or to...
Yeah, basically, the 1974 book, The Ultra Secret, which was written by RAF Group Captain Winterbotham.
They didn't have no.
He said that they had advance warning of the attack from Ultra, the German, the British intelligence network that was breaking down the Enigma codes. And his claim has been rejected by other Ultra participants and by historians, and they all state that while Churchill was indeed aware that a major bombing raid would take place, one, no one knew what the target would be. Churchill actually thought it was going to be London. And two, they didn't know when it was going to be.
Mm.
So one guy said, "Oh, this happened." No, it didn't. It's basically been debunked.
I think they needed that story, though, for what Londo does in the last or second to last season with Morden and the island of Salini.
But the problem is, as Colin said, there are other actual stories of attacks being allowed to happen just so you don't give away that you had the intelligence.
Yeah, I'm not sure why didn't they didn't gravitate towards the
when that was actually debunked,
accurate stories. When was it debunked?
Do you know when that was?
Looks like.
I'm just wondering if it was after this episode was made.
Might be. One of them says 2008. The other one doesn't have a date. It might have been after. Yeah. Oh yeah, this one says 1999.
Because I'd heard that for a long time. Said as a tragic example of the necessities of war. And it works.
I thought it was true back then.
But yeah, she said it. Yeah, possibly.
Well, in this case, the thing that doesn't work is, even if it did happen, sorry, Sheridan, you're not in that situation. You're not. I mean, it's like he's not preventing a bombing. If he was talking about Narn here, that would be one thing. But getting Morden or keeping Morden prisoner or something like that is not going to...
No, it's
the shadows would still be functioning without Morden.
Yeah, it's not an oranges to oranges thing, but I think they made this a big part of the story because they needed this situation to happen on Centauri Prime later.
Well, no, this actually could work. This comparison could work with the Lens story and how she dealt with Jakar in a way. Because she held back from Jakar, which she does regret later. Or not regret, but she talks about later. But there's nothing right here that anyone could prevent from happening, except for maybe getting on the side of the Narn and trying to help them out, which would then maybe tip off the shadows. I don't know. But that's not exactly what's happening here. What's happening here is, do you keep Morden or not? And that's
I understand. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Red. I think they needed to tell the story to justify Delenn later and to justify Londo with the island of Selene thing he does later. So this is not so much for Sheridan's story here in this episode, but they needed this to justify those two characters later.
Well, the island of Selene thing, I mean, you could mention something like that at that time, but comparing to take this story here and attach it to a decision made by a different character later, it's like, oh yeah, I could see a parallel there with the island of Selene, but to do it in a different episode a couple seasons before, it's like, that's weird.
Well, no, I think the point he's making here is that she said that if he lets Morden go, letting Morden go is equivalent to letting Coventry be bombed. If he lets Morden go, that's the Coventry's bomb situation. The shadows don't know how much we know. Although they already know at this point, by being there, they know that Sheridan is suspicious. But if they keep Sheridan, if they keep Morden there, i.e., they don't let Coventry be bombed, what happens is eventually they'll get some information that the Shadows don't want. The Shadows will kill Morden, the Shadows will kill Sheridan, and the Shadows will destroy Babylon 5. And they will strike earlier because they will realise that they need to speed up their attack.
Yeah, but the difference
there.
is here. I don't see the parallel between keeping Morden and preventing Coventry from being bombed.
No,
because
but
it's a matter of keeping a secret versus not keeping a secret. It's not a matter of Coventry being bombed versus letting Morden go. It's a matter of keeping a secret versus not keeping a secret.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, if you
but
keep
they
secret,
could definitely have done a better way of something that's more.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Well, no, you were talking about the accuracy of Coventry.
But I was also
situation.
talking about the bombing of like a single ship as opposed to the bombing of an entire city.
Yeah, but I think I think that's the parallel they're trying to make.
It's a bit of a miss in a way, because what they've been leading to so far is his personal struggle with Anna and this Morden. And then all of a sudden to switch to this at the moment in a way that doesn't quite line up, it's a bit odd.
Because now his eyes have been opened to what's going on.
Yeah, but it still doesn't work.
Okay.
I guess to Sheridan, it feels that important. It he lacks a little bit, or maybe a lot of perspective here, obviously, because he in his right mind wouldn't have behaved the way he did in this episode.
I think it was just wedged in because JMS or somebody, probably him, wanted to use this story about Coventry. Now that we know it's not accurate, whatever, he wanted to use that story in the show somewhere, and he wedged it in somewhere where it doesn't quite. It could have worked better with the Delenn situation, because that's where she could have done something to help the Narn, but she refrained from helping the Narn and let them. Yeah, well, all of them did, but she's the one that knew.
But that's why I'm saying this. The writer used this to support the situations of other characters later. It wasn't so much about Sheridan, I think.
Yeah, well, it should have been used at that time, then, not here.
Fine, but I think that's why they did it.
I mean, it may also be that this is quite a well-known, or it was certainly in some. It was quite a well-known story. So it's probably something that a large number of people in the 90s might have been aware of or might have heard of, more than any other particular incident. And Winston Churchill is a very famous person. So I think that maybe why he chose that. It's probably a case of, depending upon how you take it, your take will be.
Well, his decision here is now whether to release Morden or not, and holding on to Morden, I don't think helps them in any sense.
Well,
it doesn't even prevent anything from happening. The Narn situation would still be going on with or without Morden.
Sheridan's hope is that eventually he will find out what happened to Anna.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when he finds out what happened to Anna.
Yeah.
If he finds out what happened to Anna, the Shadows will know he's found out what's happened to Anna. The Shadows will know exactly how much the Alliance of Light knows, and then they will just go scorched earth.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They should have stuck to that. This Coventry Churchill story kind of like leads away from that.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it kind of leads away from where they were going in the Anna situation.
It doesn't. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a
question. And that's why Liza and I are kind of like gravitating. We're looking for other answers, because you know what? A situation it does kind of fit is the Len's decision. And it kind of, because there she could have gone on the side and helped save Narn lives, but lose the overall war. You know what I mean?
You couldn't fit, but it's
that's a better parallel. Yeah, because she doesn't know Winston Churchill, so you couldn't quite wedge it in there, even though it would be a better parallel there. Here, it's not a great parallel for his situation, but
no, it's not. But as I said, I think it may be something that was put in there because it is.
Well, he wanted to mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, but because it's something that is quite that that may well be a reasonably well-known story, true or not, or whether we know it's true or not. I mean, if they dealt with it, it could be mentioned that there was a story that. But I think that may be why he used that particular story. But yeah, you're right. It's not immediately obvious. I think again, it's depending upon your feeling, your thoughts. Different people will get different attitude. Will get different things from the story. But you're right. I think it's not the most appropriate to this situation. As I said, it may seem to be that that's the story that Straczynski thought would probably be the best well-known one that would show parallels to it, even if the parallels aren't on that closely parallels. Even if it's sort of thematically than factually, if the themes are parallel, but the actual situation isn't.
Yep. Well, he does come to his thoughts again and says, well, can you adjust that monitor because he hears sounds? These sounds going on.
You can sort of see Morden sitting there in this weird.
Yeah, can you see ultraviolet light and all sorts of frequencies that we can't normally see? Yeah, I think so. And they do, and for a moment we get ooh.
You go back one.
Yeah, that's just the static before. Yeah, okay, well this is the original. Yep.
Yeah, so Morden's hands are together. Right? And in that second between one frame and the next, his hands go down.
Oh. Yeah, I guess they didn't get the same thing to line up. But you know what? This is video. I'm taking frames. So this is like a video camera of him in that room, and obviously he could be moving.
Yeah, I mean, maybe maybe they did it, or maybe they just...
They didn't need to make it something where he was sitting exactly the same position the whole time. He could just be there moving around in this chair.
Move his hands down again,
Yeah, there's no problem with that. But then, what's that? His hands moved. What? Zach doesn't know. Zach didn't see, so the secret's still contained within the command staff.
I still want to know why on earth is the Earth Force security uniforms appear to have a sight quite close to the heart. Is that an aiming point if someone wants to shoot you?
Is that just the security?
Or is Earth? I don't know if that's an Earth Force. If that's an Earth Force marking, but I'm sorry, that looks so like a gun sight. Aim here.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that you brought it up, it's like I'm noticing it on his uniform now, but I haven't really noticed it before.
Yeah, you get there on the shoulders as well, I think.
Yeah, well, maybe it may be a little high, but it's there around the aortic arch. Yeah.
Unless it's meant to be gun sight to say they're armed forces or something. I don't know, possibly.
Well, a lot of things, insignias and stuff like that occur in that heart level area.
Yeah.
That's where things mostly get put anyway, no matter what they are. But yeah, it does look like a target. But I guess it's not that. Maybe he has his sharpshooter's merit badge.
Yeah, maybe it's something like that. Yeah.
Nothing. So Sheridan doesn't want to share what he saw, but now he got the clue. Enough of a clue to say, yeah, okay.
Sheridan doesn't want to share?
Well, he doesn't tell Zach.
No, but you said Sheridan doesn't want to share?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Shadows. So, but he at least now he sees what these shadows they're talking about. Okay.
Cut him loose.
Yep.
Yeah. Tell him it was all a mistake and he can go. You sure? Yeah.
I've seen him.
That face.
Mm-hmm. Man, this Ed Wasser, I mean, what else? Did he get into other things afterwards? I'm pretty sure he'll be typecast as as a bad guy.
Can you put my avatar as front and center?
Let me try.
This is the thing that not in its. Yeah, I'm not. That's something that
Okay.
I find
Who's that supposed
a
to be?
little bit doesn't really work.
Well, who's that supposed to be? I don't know it.
Just reminded me of that picture of Morden.
It's a Dutch Gradient's version of Mr. Morden.
Okay. All
It was
right.
actually just a random picture I took of myself a long time ago.
Oh.
I don't look anywhere near like that anymore. It's not a great picture of me, but yeah.
It was a dark aesthetic
Yeah.
type of thing.
I was only illuminated by my computer wearing a black t-shirt.
Okay.
It was the age of Morden. Alrighty, so what's happening now?
Well, that's where Sheridan returns Garibaldi's link, his firearm, and some
badge.
other thing. Badge, yeah. Or, I think it looks like he has like a wallet.
This is something here that I thought watching this through again is okay, but the shadows are working in secret, okay, but they now know that Morden is burned. They now know that Sheridan know that there's something sus with Morden, and yet they keep using him.
Well, they don't know for sure that they figured Morden out. They know that they questioned him, but it looks like they let him go.
Yeah.
So maybe it's okay.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, you would think they
but
wouldn't take the risk and they would, move someone else into that position.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is
But
you'd think that from a tradecraft point of view.
But no, I mean, they like the Morden character, so I don't blame them for sticking with it because it really is something where it's like, all right, well, they can't be sure that that's the whole premise. They can't be sure that they know anything yet. So, oh, and plus, here's the other thing. Now that that's why.
Yeah.
That's why also he might actually have some protection because it's like, all right, he already went under scrutiny and passed. So they might have more confidence in him now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Kind of like the cryptocurrencies that have been reviewed and now have the green light from the SEC. It's like, okay, those seem to be more compliant, so we'll go with them. They've already been through it.
So, but yeah.
But Sheridan says, I cut him loose.
Mm-hmm. What loose?
You were right. I was wrong. And this is where Sheridan should say, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't. He just says, come on back to work. But what happened to change your mind? I'd rather not talk about that. I'm not so sure I like the sound of that. Next time, you'll listen to me? There won't be a next time.
Mm. So he takes his stuff back, and Sheridan just goes, oh, wait a minute. No, there's a hey, Captain. Hey, Captain. In the chat.
Yeah, swappers. That's I'm not sure what I'm not sure what caused you to say that, but that would be incredibly generous of you. Pretty sure I already have the two NECA NECA aliens toys though.
Are you doing a deal with the swap shop?
Well, no, Liza just put that up in the chat. I'm looking for it in the chat. I'm trying to find it here. Where did he see that?
We also have some chats here from Phantom Outside.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I would say that you've got the Vorlons and the Shadows are probably going to be dancing around each other. They're going to be aware of each other and dancing around each other. But the Shadows are going to know that the Vorlons know about them. So there's a sort of a degree of
We find that.
information
Yeah,
there.
without spoiling too much later, basically, we find out later, I guess more information to say they have some certain rules, but they both know that they're pulling strings. Both sides know, I mean, each side knows that the other is pulling strings as far as the Shadows and Vorlons are concerned. There's some rules about it, and sometimes the rules that we as the younger races seem to interpret are going on are not necessarily what's really going on. So, it's something that I think the story does keep a little bit vague there, and it seems like it sometimes, especially Delenn, she seems to be knowledgeable, almost as knowledgeable as Kosh. It's like Kosh has let her into the secrets, and it's like, not really. We find out later, no.
Some he hasn't, some he hasn't. I mean, you think that the thing is that as we go through this, we find out more and more that Delenn is actually carrying an awful lot of guilt.
Oh yeah,
weight of of guilt for something some possibly bad choices she made and other choices where she where there was no good choice. And the weight of those choices is pressing down on her. Which I think actually once you know a lot more of that does kind of make a little bit more sense of how she reacted in the last episode when she was being interviewed. She had all this information, we mentioned a bit then, all this guilt on weight she's got on her shoulders that she can't tell anybody about.
Right. Yeah. I mean, hey, Captain, said the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove. What?
Hey, Cap, you sure you're okay? And then Zach comes in and he goes, is he all right?
Yeah.
Garibaldi wants to know, what's that on your
Yep.
Yeah, Garibaldi says, I don't know.
Yep, but then he's like,
what's that? What? Oh, this? Oh, nothing. What the hell? Earth wants to throw at us, buddy. Who am I to say no, huh?
Come mierda. That's what my mom would call him.
50 extra credits a week to walk around and do what I do anyway? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not what they're asking you to do. You weren't listening, Zach.
Yeah, but if you think about it from a story point of view,
since we're talking about him, we'll go back to Zach. Yes.
If he didn't, the fact that he stays in Night Watch has some extremely important results later on, which could not have happened that way. So
for sure, it just reveals like how it shows where Zach started as a character. He's a dum-dum. I mean, he wasn't paying attention at that meeting, obviously, or else he wouldn't have made that statement.
Well, he did have expressions on his face that he was not so sure about things, but
took
you know
the
what?
Money anyway.
People sometimes need to go through these experiences before they know better. I mean, if I look back on myself and what I thought about some things like 20 years ago and stuff like that, it's like, damn, it's like, I was blind to some things, and experience teaches you stuff. So I don't say overall he's a dum-dum, but he is playing kind of like your average Joe. Or what do they call it in media terms? Joe Six-Pack. Yeah.
What? No. I mean, he incredibly naive, willing to do what he thinks is stupid, wearing an armband with that thing on it, for a few extra dollars. whatever the currency they use, credits.
50
Yep, and
each week.
Hey, Eraserhead.
It takes him a long time to figure out that what this organization, not to figure out, because it was easy to figure out what that organization was about. It took him a long time to stop ignoring what that organization was about, and it took a lot of pressure from his friends turning their backs on him for it to happen. He was a hard nut to crack, but this is a brilliant character. It's so realistic.
Oh yeah.
This is how tyrannies are built, off of guys like Zach.
Yeah, guys who don't see that there's anything wrong with what they're asking for. Okay, I'm already doing this job. Why shouldn't I get another 50 credits for just wearing an armband?
Exactly.
Well, that's why I like to do some episodes like this and the previous one, because the more people out there hear the vocabulary and the way things are expressed by the media that's trying to spin things and stuff like that, the more people hear that, the more phrases they'll, lock into and say, oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
And say there's a deeper meaning to that than what they're trying to make it sound like.
People are amazing at rationalizing stuff.
Oh yeah.
Agreed. That's very true.
I mean, the thing is, you with Zach, you also see that I disagree with you slightly there, Liza. So I think, I can see where you're coming from. I think you could also say that, given that he's not a main character, it's not so easy to follow the story. But you can see with the Night Watch, he gradually realizes, and he thinks he's in a bit too deep, and eventually he gets to the point where, okay, spoilers. 40-year-old, 30-year-old show. He has to make a decision, and he makes a decision. And because of the way they build it up, if you think about it, we're not sure what decision he's made.
Yeah, exactly.
Until the last second.
Yeah.
So because of the way this was built it up, you can see him following that way. So I think from a storytelling point of view, it's necessary for him to appear that way.
No, I agree. And the transformation he makes as a character is amazing, and it finally was so satisfying when he finally stopped ignoring.
Yeah. No, Liza's saying it's a great character and great writing.
Yeah.
She's calling him a dum-dum, not as an insult to.
He's no. I'll correct myself. He's not a dum-dum. He's ignorant. The root of that word is ignore.
Naive.
No.
Yeah.
You know what's happening, but you choose to ignore it. How it should be pronounced is ignorant, not ignorant.
Except
he is ignoring.
But the thing is,
ignorant is not about ignoring things. Ignorant is about not being educated.
Ignorant, the root of the word is to ignore. It doesn't matter what it means now. The root comes from to ignore. And so, yes, what Phantom Outsider said is very true. They were breadcrumbing him. Absolutely, and that's how evil takes root. But the thing is, when things like this happen, you know it's wrong. And even at the meeting, you could see that he was uncomfortable, but he chose to ignore that discomfort for that extra 50 credits.
He didn't ignore it, he rationalized it.
But that's the same thing, Dutch Great. And when you choose to do something, even though you know it's wrong, you're ignoring that it's wrong. Rationalizing and choosing to do something when you know it's wrong means you're ignoring that what you're doing is wrong. It's turning away. Let's put it this way. It's turning away from the truth.
Yeah.
And so it's not that he was a dum-dum and that they got one on him. No, he chose to turn away from the truth. And that's how evil takes hold. When people turn away from it. Yeah. Dismiss their misgivings.
But the thing is, there is, as they say, there is a difference between ignorance and stupidity.
Yes,
there is.
Stupidity is deliberate ignorance.
Yeah, but more to the point, ignorance can be dealt with. You can deal with ignorance by teaching. you can't deal with stupidity. You can change ignorance. If someone's ignorant, you can make them less ignorant in the modern meaning of the word by giving them that information. Ignorance, stupidity. No matter what you do with a stupid person, stupid's going to stupid.
I would say it's
then
backwards.
You just add no, because if they're stupid, stupid is a
statement of being.
A statement of being. It's immutable fact. Ignorance isn't. Ignorance. We're all ignorant when we're kids.
Yep.
We become less ignorant because that's why we go to school.
There are many things about which I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant about many musical aspects. Something I've never learned about. I'm ignorant of them. It's not that I'm stupid. I never learned it.
Yeah.
No, I understand, and I think we're just speaking past each other with the meaning of ignorance.
Yeah.
I'm going for the older meaning, which is more relevant to this episode and to how evil takes hold. And the thing is, with the older meaning of ignorance, this is why it's so scary. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can educate an ignorant person in the old sense of this is what's really going on, people, and you really should be not. You should really pay attention to this. And if, out of convenience, people ignore truths all the time. And this is how bad things, this is how, this is why the world is where it is today. Let's just leave it there. Because and they painted this picture of escalation in Babylon 5 very well, and it because it was just outlining what has happened in history. This is a known formula that dictators have used to take hold. This is a known formula, and that's why they can write this so well, because it's been done over and over and over, and we humans, continue to remain ignorant in the old sense. And it's not that we're stupid. It's not that the information isn't out there, because it is. It's in our face all the time, but we choose not to look at it out of convenience. It is inconvenient to look at that those 50 extra credits, Zach, that you took are going to end up hurting people.
Well,
that you're supporting
the
a very bad organization.
What's really the clue is really what was said in the meeting. And that's why I included that text, is because what the guy was saying is, we're going to watch other people, and we're going to find those people that just somehow, are in disagreement. They're disgruntled. They're not going along, and we're going to bring them back into society and embrace them and stuff. It's like this kind of vague speak where it's like, all right, you're deliberately avoiding what we're asking here about, because Talia was asking it, what services? Or no, as Zach asked it, he said, I can't imagine you're going to pay us 50 credits to keep doing what we're already doing. It's like he's smart enough to say, what more is it you're looking for here? I know you're wanting more, but then he's not smart enough to kind of read that, that's a pretty vague, broad answer, kind of colored and in this kind of speak where it's like, we're going to embrace. Be careful about when people talk about embracing. I don't know when that became so popular with this whole embrace this, embrace that. I see all these people running around hugging each other. It's like, what?
By the way, the word ignorant traces back to the 14th century Latin word ignorans, meaning not to know. It's a combination of the prefix in, meaning not, and gnaris, meaning knowing or acquainted with. It has the same root as the word ignore. Both words meant, historically, to be unaware of or not to know. Ignore eventually evolved to mean the active choice of not paying attention. Ignorant kept its original meaning of lacking knowledge or being uninformed about a subject.
Okay, I stand corrected. I'm using then the new meaning of ignorance.
Well, the new meaning of ignore.
The new meaning of ignore
Right.
Oh,
which,
could you back up a little bit?
Current meaning of ignorance.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The new meaning of ignore is to not look at something that the information's presented to you, but you're not looking at it.
Yeah.
And therefore, why doesn't the word ignorance, which the root word is ignore, match up with that definition?
Well, it's the word ignore that changed.
Because ignorant has retained its original definition. I think the word you're wanting to use on Zach here is obtuse. He's being deliberately obtuse.
Yeah, I think ignore is an active verb. You're actively ignoring something. Ignorant is a passive description. I think that's probably the best way to put it. They both go back to meaning lacking in knowledge.
Yeah,
yeah, that's true because
that's actively not looking for something. Ignorant is
that makes sense.
Lacking in knowledge. So if ignorant means lacking in knowledge, what does nescience mean? Which means really lacking in knowledge, and there's no way. I think the difference is, whereas ignorance, you're lacking in knowledge, but the knowledge is available for you to learn. And nescience means you're lacking in knowledge, but there's no way for you to acquire that knowledge anyway. So one is more innocent than the other.
Are you saying nascent like NASCENT?
Nescience.
Yeah.
NASCEN. That type of nascent?
Nescience. Let me look up the spelling.
No, I think it's NESSIANT. Or nescent.
Let me find it for you.
No, I think the root word they're probably looking at is actually gnosis, GNOSIS.
Yeah,
the absence of Okay, I got the spelling. NESCIE, like nescience. That's how it's spelled.
Yeah, nescience. Yeah,
refers to the absence of knowledge, unawareness, or fundamental lack of understanding about something. It's formal word. It can also mean agnosticism. I don't know what that means.
I'm reading this. It says, essentially, it is a fancy literary word for ignorance.
No.
That's a serious definition somewhere?
That's the AI overview. It says, this is a formal noun that means a complete lack of knowledge, awareness, or education. Essentially, it is a fancy literary word for ignorance. Or
there is a difference between nescience and ignorance. Nescience meaning that the knowledge is not available for you to learn.
Okay.
And in ignorance is where the knowledge is available. You just might not be interested or not in our particular field. It's like as with the music thing, there's information out there for you, Dutch, to learn how to play an instrument, but it's not. You're not interested, so it's not something that, and so that is ignorant, But nescience is, is there any way for you, for example, to learn how to play the hulu C when they're in your world, where in the town that you live, there is no one there to teach you how to play that instrument?
There are YouTube channels.
True. There is YouTube. That's right.
According to
Bad example.
Nescience and Merriam-Webster, synonyms of nescience: lack of knowledge or awareness, ignorance. I mean, there's no actual definition for it. It's just simply lack of knowledge or awareness, ignorance. That's it. And I can look for synonyms of nescience, and it says ignorance.
I mean, you have the source. Fine. You have the sources. You have the authoritative sources. In other sources, that I listen to, the meanings are different.
Fair enough.
And we're not going to get into those sources because it does get into a realm of philosophy that is contentious.
Well, you know what?
Fair enough.
You know what? Hold on. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's good to be, I got this word exactly correct. You're a little off and all that shit.
Well, no, it's
what's really, no, I'm not, don't take this personally. I'm not going after you. I'm saying in general.
Okay.
To people. Because rather than it's kind of good to know some of this stuff, but at the end of the day, the important thing is when talking about this character, even both of you agree because the whole thing is
Agreed.
he is basically
Rationalizing.
he's
Yes,
rationalizing a
exactly.
decision, even though because he has to then internally ignore the part of him
Yeah.
that is saying, you know what, this isn't quite right.
We just lost Colin.
Oh,
But
wait, I can bring him back. Hold on.
well, you can.
Oh wait, no, he's
It's
left
his
the.
internet.
No, no, but usually when he's just gets knocked off, I can bring him back because he's still in the studio, but he's not in here.
Yeah, no, he just disappeared. So basically, we're talking about the same thing. We're just arguing over specific words.
Over the meaning of specific words.
Yeah,
we're
which is
arguing-
what
we're
our
arguing-
chat
we're arguing
comes here
semantics.
for. Which is what our chat is here for, and so, thank you, chat.
And Scott refuses to trust AI. Yay, Scott! Me too.
Well, the thing is, it is also saying, that's what you read, is also saying the word ignore has its meaning changed over time.
Yeah.
So these words, they do change over time.
Ignore, ignore used to mean what ignorant means. It's
Yeah.
just changed over the years, centuries.
Well, and Colin has it right when he was saying, well, it's an active verb, so probably no reason. The reason why it's changed its meaning is in order to be used as a verb, the subject needs to play a role in that. You know what I mean? If the subject just doesn't know something, and it's like, and this is an active verb, it's going to kind of change because you're using it in this way where the subject needs to do something in a sentence. So they need to kind of ignore rather than just not know. But what's going on? Scott says there's willful ignorance. Yes, that's a legal
that's what
term.
that's what I call stupidity.
Oh, but there's times
deliberate ignorance, like you don't know something about it, and you choose. You know what? I'm never going to learn that.
Well,
not a matter of interest, just a matter of just deliberately. I don't want to know. That's stupidity.
Well, I think also a lot of people, now you can go ahead and look it up, but I think a lot of people also use the word stupid for people just stupid. It's not intentional.
Well,
it's dumb.
Yeah, there is that too. Yeah.
But let's look it up and see which one's right.
Well, the thing is that ultimately, the writers of Babylon 5 make
Archer's back in the back room.
Oh, let me get him in. Make a great point with Zach. They offer him a little reward and say, this is not such a big deal, and he chooses to look away from what the truth actually is, because to actually believe that he's participating in a very dark, he's following very bad orders.
Well, this
is too much for him to deal with. It's like, well, these people they look like they mean no harm. He's and so this is an incredible episode. There's so much that can be learned. I mean, Babylon 5, man, should be played in government and economics classes throughout the world.
And there's still one more scene.
Yep, and we're going to get there just a second. I wanted to do a shout out here for Scott in the chat, and this is what he thinks of stupid people.
Holy moly, you got a fart in your brain or something?
Yeah. Scott is far more of a gentleman than that guy.
Oh, Walter Matthau's very good.
He's Merlin, so.
Okay, so yeah.
Sheridan goes to see Merlin.
He does.
Yep. Faces him. I let him go. But there is a price tag attached. You've been trying to help me so we can understand each other. It's not what I want anymore. I want you to teach me how to fight them, how to beat them. Because sooner or later, I'm going to Z'Ha Dum, and I'm going to stop them.
If you go to Z'Ha Dum, you will die.
And
he nods, then I die.
Oh, yeah.
But I will not go down easily, and I will not go down alone. You will teach me? Yes.
Well, it's funny how prophetic this is. Kosh may feel he's prophetic, but this is also a prophetic line. I will not go down alone.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kosh knows that at this point.
No, I think he does. That's why he picked Sheridan for his little plan.
Well, you know what I mean later. It's like that Z'Ha Dum moment.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Fear.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a excellent episode.
Yeah, this is one of the really powerful episodes. As far as the Shadows not getting rid of Morden after this, yeah, it's a little goofy, but it's like, well, they didn't actually out Morden, so plus we were used to Morden. He's the face of the Shadows.
Oh yeah, all the way back here.
Yes, look, what do you want?
That's what I was going to ask you. What do you want?
You are a lunatic. Go away. Pester someone else.
Honestly, doing Beer's voice is really just a lot of fun.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
One moment of perfect beauty.
I think it's because they're afraid of you. Good.
Yes. Well, at least now Sheridan has committed to learn how to
fight legends.
Ooh. To fight legends?
Yeah.
Kickboxing.
Never ask that question.
I've got an arsenal of Kosh quotes.
Kickboxing.
Phantom Outsider. Sheridan is related to the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, except Sheridan is competent.
Oh, that's
By
this
the
Wednesday.
way, we're going to do the Holy Grail. Yes.
Yeah, this Wednesday we're doing it as part of our Arthurian journeys here on our Fantasy Wednesdays. Now, man, that'll be a tough one. Are we actually going to do that one? Are we going to do the duel between King Arthur and the Black Knight?
Why not?
Yeah, I guess it has great lines.
I have to rewatch
Are we going to do the
movie.
Hi-ya! Hi-ya!
We're going to do...
She's got a scratch.
We're going to do everything that we think is...
You lost your arm!
No, I didn't.
Gosh.
Come back, I'll bite you.
Then?
See, they don't need the script. They could just riff on it.
You lost your arm! No, I haven't. What's that then? 'Tis but a scratch. You liar! Come on, you pansy!
Tis but a scratch.
So
Yeah,
many memes.
the chat is really in Monty Python mode, Lawrence. We're going to have to rewatch this. I don't know the movie that well, so I don't know how to read certain things. Like, if you give me a character, I'm going to have to reference the movie. I don't remember. I don't remember it that well.
It's a fair call.
I've blocked out most of it.
I don't think you want to do that part.
Don't you?
What? Which part?
I don't think you want to like the female part. Well, you could be the witch, I guess. I mean, it's not interesting.
There's a witch?
Lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But then I don't think we're not gonna subject. I don't think we're gonna subject Liza to
What, a spanking? A spanking?
Yeah, I don't think she wants to say that.
She's got about, the witch has about one line. Okay, it's a fair cop.
It's about.
Well, I could. I mean, I could play a man's part.
Okay.
The witch. The witch says, like, "I'm not a witch. What's that? And this isn't my nose either. They put it on me." So she has 3 lines.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think Liza wants to be asking for spankings.
No, that's where I draw the line. I do not get into dirty jokes. I mean, I could do poop jokes. I can do other types of jokes, but yeah, this other stuff, nah.
Nothing blue. We understand.
Nothing blue. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know what that
blue,
means, but
blue is an older phrase meaning of a sexual nature. I don't know why blue.
Okay.
But
yeah, I don't know why.
In Spanish, they use green.
Only if you're a viejo.
Viejo verde means a dirty
Only
old
if you're
man.
an old man, yes.
Oh.
Interesting
Don't
stuff.
ask me why.
Well, swappers, how's it going there at Star Wars Retold? Has everyone checked out Star Wars Retold? Yeah, hopefully I got it accurate there. I tried to type in the link while that was playing. But Star Wars Retold on YouTube.
Oh, I can do Sir Robin, since I'm on a Robin Hood type of stint now.
Well, then Dutch might be disappointed because he normally...
No, he can do the singing
I do
part.
the singing part.
He,
I can do the
Okay.
singing. She can do Robin.
Yeah, well, Sir Robin
Okay.
doesn't have many lines.
That's easy.
That's easy!
See, I have to watch the movies because I don't know what you guys are referencing right now.
Oh, no.
It's not fresh in the mind.
It's your friend. So we're quoting from the bridge keeper scene.
Yeah.
Who was the first one? Was it Gawain?
I think it was Lancelot.
That's right. You know, it's like, what is your name, Lancelot? What is your quest? I seek the Holy Grail. What is your favorite color? Blue.
Blue.
Right. Up you go then. And Robin goes, that's easy.
Yeah, and then he gets the hard question.
What is the capital of Assyria? I don't know that.
Oh, so Robin doesn't last very long, huh? Okay.
Well, that's at the very end. Toward
Oh.
the end, I should say.
Okay.
Oh, no, but Robin has quite a few lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
Away. On away.
No.
I'm still, by the way, Colin, I'm still screaming up at the sky like Kirk. Okay?
Over Robin of
Over
Sherwood.
Robin of Sherwood. I couldn't believe how they just ended it abruptly. Again, not as bad as Crusade, but
But because I'm watching the World Cup, I did pay. This is the first time I ordered a subscription service that's not Prime, which was mostly for delivery. It's like I got Peacock so I could watch the World Cup in Spanish. I mean, I'd prefer English, but it's cheaper to do Peacock than whatever Fox One
on
or whatever.
Telemundo, yes.
Yeah, Telemundo. So I'm practicing Spanish again. That's cool. But
Me
but
too.
then I look at the rest of Peacock. There's like nothing there. She was at the other night searching for Robin for anything Robin Hood. Robin of
Nothing,
Sherwood
yeah.
got her in this thing now where she's searching for Robin Hood. And
I
there's
want to
nothing
see
there.
more. You know what I want to see, Colin? A Robin Hood story that is complete, that is coherent. That's what I want to see now. Because
the animated Robin Hood.
I don't know if they
haven't
obviously
seen it.
don't have it there. We're just like saying after the World Cup, am I
they
going to
don't
keep
have
this?
anything
And probably
on
not.
Peacock. Yeah.
No. Well, they have The Office, but I've never watched that, and I don't know if I want to. I mean, it's about an office. I don't know.
You
I'm
guys-
not into offices.
You guys have a public library near you, I trust.
Maybe
well,
30 minutes away.
Yeah, not
Oh,
too
not
much
that near.
physical.
Wow.
Not too physical. It's.
So I was going to say you could probably borrow the DVD from them.
I don't think they have much physical media there. It's just kind of like. Yeah.
It's more computer terminals, and that's how libraries are moving.
Not near me.
Yeah, well, we are in rural Swanee County, so
Understood.
there's a difference.
Well, they might have a media section. I've never gone there to peruse a media section. They might have one.
Well, here's the thing: to not, to just make it clear, I mean, we're talking about things like that. They probably have learning stuff, but
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I have the same ringtone.
The same alarm.
Well, not ringtone, alarm.
Yeah.
That was my alarm telling me it's time for me to take my penicillin again.
Okay.
All right, that's important. Cool beans.
Indeed.
Yep.
My alarm tone is a TV show from my childhood.
What is it?
Which I still think should have won.
Tomorrow People.
I still think it should have won the best. How did you guess? I was going to say it should have won the best TV thing. Oh, it's even better. My ringtone is the music that actually should have accompanied the trench run in Star Wars.
Oh, really? Other than John Williams?
Yeah, the Dan Busters March.
Wait, Phantom Outsider
Damn,
says
Buster.
that Sean Connery was in Robin and
Yep.
Marion.
That's Jason Connery. Oh,
Yeah,
no, Robin and Marion.
Sure.
Yeah, Robin and Marion was Sean Connery and Marion.
Hepburn. Audrey
How-
Hepburn.
Oh, Hepburn. Audrey Hepburn, yeah.
Oh, well, I mean,
Well, yeah, we'd
I
like
will
to
go
see
look
that,
for
but it's
that.
not on Peacock. We're just
It's
talking
not
about,
on
what was available. She's looking for Robin. It was anything other than Robin Hood. And it had Spaceballs in the list. They have Spaceballs.
the thing is, Colin, it was good enough to get me into Robin Hood, and then it's like frustrating enough where I need closure.
No, we should see Robin and Marion though, if we can, because that supposedly is really good.
Okay.
I can tell you what the normal how the story usually ends.
Is it Robin Hood dying and then getting replaced by Robert of Huntington?
Oh gosh.
Because that's what we watched.
What? Let Colin finish the story, yeah.
And also explaining why no one ever finds. Well, like King Arthur, no one ever finds his body. In most tellings, he's poisoned. In most tellings, there was a series with several series. I was wondering. I thought Big Finish had got a Robin of Sherwood, but they haven't. But there was there was another Robin Hood TV show a few years ago. There was one back in the 70s with Diane Keane, which ends with the usual ending is Robin and Marion don't necessarily get together. In a lot of the tellings, Robin is poisoned by a by in fact possibly Runa Lentz's character in Robin of Sherwood series. She's an abbess. Basically, he knows he's dying. And he gets his bow and he says, "I'm going to shoot an arrow, and where it lands, that's where you bury me." And he just shoots an arrow up into the air, and it lands somewhere in Sherwood Forest. And that's where he's buried. Which, of course, because we should have got no burial because the only people to know where he's buried is the people that know where the arrow landed. Well, that's one of the usual endings for the whole thing. That actually gives closure, if you like, to it.
Phantom Outsider says that Robin and Marion is the end of the story if you want closure. So definitely, I gotta check out that movie. So how many? I mean, there isn't an official version of Robin Hood of kind of like Le Morte d'Arthur is for the Arthurian story. There isn't like an official story, Colin.
No, it's mythology. It's mythology. So there's different versions of it. I said, a lot of the ones actually the stories end with him dying and shooting an arrow to where he's going to be buried. Others do indeed say that they defeat King John. You get a lot of them end up. You look at the Errol Flynn version, and like other Robin Hoods, you can't speak with an English accent. Where King John comes back. A lot of those things is King Richard comes back from the Crusades in disguise, and Richard then finds them, and they find Richard. They don't know who he is. Then they find out who he is. They defeat King John. And as Phantom Outsider said in there, a lot of them they end up with them. Some versions end up with them getting married. and that's it. That's the sort of the romantic end version. I say others end
Did
within,
Hearn feature in any of these traditional stories?
not that I'm aware of. Hearn the Hunter is a traditional English folk story figure.
Oh.
But I don't know off the top of my head. I can't think of any others other than the Robin of Sherwood one, which brings that aspect into it. Because again, you have to remember that most Robin Hood. I mean, there's not even any unlike King Arthur. You can generally say, most scholars can generally say, if there was a King Arthur, he existed sometime around the 5th to 6th centuries, i.e., post-Roman Britain. With Robin Hood, there's various possible figures it could have been, going all the way back from King Richard and King John up to 100 years later in the rule of Edward I or even Edward II. There's figures that can be, but most of them seem to be set in the area with King Richard and King John. In fact, all the Robin Hood stories are always set in that the 1180s, 1190s, because Richard dies in 1189.
Yeah, the high Middle Ages. Yeah.
Yeah. So somewhere in the 1100s, the late 1100s, in the reign of King Richard.
I do have. Oh yeah, Sherwood had that right. They had King Richard, but then they had the King John follow Richard.
Yep. Well, what we had them is from the history point of view. Richard is King of England. Now, Richard actually, you can tell he's a good medieval king because he buggers off to the Crusades.
Right. Yeah.
In other words, he doesn't need to stay. He's arranged for England. To be quite honest, he spent about 9 months of his entire life in England. He lived in France. He was a
French guy. Yeah.
London, if he could have got away with it. He was a French guy who, unlike a lot of other kings, he was a French guy first and an English king second. But he was a reasonably goodish king in that he had good underlings to run the country for him. He buggers off the Crusades.
But did John follow
on his
him?
Way back from the Crusades, he gets captured. John is the youngest son. Richard is the second oldest son. The oldest son, Geoffrey. No, the oldest son. His dad is Henry II. Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine. They have 4 kids. Henry, Richard, Geoffrey, and John.
Okay.
Henry the young king is crowned as king. Is co-ruler with his father for a while, and then he dies on the White Ship, coming back from France. He's the only. There's about one survivor. Interestingly referred to in Pillars of the Earth, I think it is, mini series based on a book, fictionalized version of that way he's come. But he dies. Geoffrey dies at some point, and you've got the 2 survivors of Richard and John. Richard becomes king when Henry II dies. Richard buggers off on crusade, pisses off the French, always a good idea. Pisses off the Germans as well. On his way back from the Crusades, he's captured by a Germanic, because Germany doesn't exist, but a Germanic, kept in a town, all the rest in the kingdom, all the rest of it. He eventually escapes back. Meanwhile, John is partly in charge. Because,
I'm just verifying the historical accuracy of Robin of Sherwood.
Yeah, I mean that's when most of the Robin Hood things take place.
And that was the bad King John.
There is a reason why there's only ever been one King John, and there's never likely to ever be another King John. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, they did a good job of portraying him that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a nasty so-and-so. Yeah.
Unless you're watching the version with Australian guy whose name I can never remember, who's not Mel Gibson. Was in Gladiator.
Oh, Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. The Russell Crowe version, in which case apparently it's set in 1944 because the French invaded actually. Well, apparently the French invaded actual 1944 landing craft. Oh my God, that gets us horrible film. Don't bother with it.
Why? France was still.
Don't bother with it.
France was just being liberated in 1944.
No, it's a horrible battle. But there's a scene in there where the French supposedly invade, which doesn't happen in history, and literally they look like there's about 5,000 Frenchmen. They literally on the film look like they're coming ashore in landing craft that would not be out of place on D-Day.
Did they really want to piss off the British with that?
No, it's just as a film. It was If you want to watch Nick Coulter's history buffs on that, it's a much better tale.
Sounds like I do.
Theoretically, that's when most of the stories are set. Is during the reign.
I do want to point out
King John becomes king.
I do want to point out something that is good news and bad news. Well, the good news is the first England match will not interfere with our broadcast. It is on Wednesday, but it's at 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, which means we will be after the match. But Mr. Brown is streaming during England versus Croatia. So
that'll give me something to watch when I'm not bothered with football.
Yeah, okay.
Let's swap shop.
But you guys are playing in Arlington, Texas at Dallas Stadium. That'll be fun. They'll feel at home because they think Americans are all cowboys anyway.
Well, just for a second, I thought you said they're going to play in Arlington. I was going to say that. I said,
yeah, Arlington, Texas, but that's the Dallas Cowboys Stadium.
No, I know what I said. No, you can't mean that because Arlington's a national cemetery.
No, that's in Washington, D.C.
I was going to say Arlington.
It's in Virginia, but yeah.
Well, yeah,
Arlington is
close enough.
Arlington is effectively holy ground. I know because there's a scene in one of the in the first of the Posny War books where they're actually fighting and defending Arlington Cemetery.
There you go.
I know a lot of my geography for the Washington area, that area of America, is basically based on John Ringo's Posny War books because a couple of them take place around there.
I love Ringo's writing. He's a great author.
Yeah. He is. Yeah.
Well,
but real quick, you guys were talking about the French.
Oh, good. Here we go.
I was raised believing that I was part French. Why? Because my German-Irish grandfather living on Long Island in the 1930s decided, probably don't want to advertise the fact that I'm part German.
Mm.
And so he was saying he was Irish French. So before I learned the truth, I was working in a independent Apple computer store, and I was bad-mouthing the French at one point. And the store owner was back in his office, and he goes, "Hey, David, I thought you said you were part French." And I said, "Yeah, I'm also part German. The French side surrendered a long time ago." Figured you'd like that one, Colin.
Any closing stories before we sign off?
Well,
the
short one is the general setting for most Robin Hood stories is literally in the reign of Prince John, usually often ending when Richard comes back.
Okay.
Wasn't there a rendition of Robin Hood in the 90s with the guy who was in Dragonheart?
Well, actually, two of them, because in
we just lost Lawrence.
We lost Lawrence. How does this happen? It's his stream. Oh, no. He doesn't know he's gone yet. Hold on. Nope. He's like, am I on? It's like, no. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure.
You see what you see, guys. What I have to
in
put
as
up
in,
with.
in as much as there was a movie with Sean Connery and Sean Connery in Dragonheart, but
But the main character in Dragonheart, not the dragon, but the friend of the dragon, the knight. That guy didn't he star in a Robin Hood movie in the 90s?
Where did I get cut off? I was saying something.
Dennis
I
Quaid.
don't remember. Dennis
Dynamite
Quaid,
is in
yes.
Dragonheart.
Quaid rhymes with prayed.
Yeah, wasn't he in a Robin Hood movie that was produced in the 90s? Some
Checking.
updated.
Don't
I never saw
Checking.
it. Go ahead.
Don't
Go ahead,
know.
David.
Look, we'll just have a look because
I don't know.
I think so, right?
Dragonheart was 96.
No, what I was saying is the voice of the
Somebody-
dragon in Dragonheart was Sean
Dennis-
Connery, who
Yeah, I
has
know.
some.
Dennis
Hood
Quaid
in
has
it.
never starred in a Robin Hood movie. However, fans frequently confuse him with Kevin Costner, who was
Oh.
in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves in 1991.
Yes.
Funny, Dennis Quaid didn't dance with any wolves, as far as I know.
Yeah, I do confuse the two.
And he
I do
did-
confuse the two.
And Kevin Costner also co-starred with Dennis Quaid in the 1994 Western Wyatt Earp.
I haven't seen either Wyatt Earp or the Robin Hood movie of 1991. Gotta see it. I think I'd like to see that one. Was it good?
Nah.
I mean, there's annoying
Robin
things.
Hood,
It's
Prince of
Disney,
Thieves has
you know.
It's Disney?
Yeah,
It was?
yeah,
I didn't know that.
the best,
Alan
the
Rickman-
best thing
Alan
about
Rickman is
Robin
hilarious
Hood,
in it.
Prince
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
Thieves. Yeah, the cartoon one was Disney. Exactly. I was
Well,
going to
you
say
told me
the best
that
No, no,
Alan
no,
Rickman.
Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. is
Robin Hood's Prince of Thieves was also Disney.
Yeah.
If Alan Rickman is
What's
in
that?
it,
I don't
I'm
know that.
definitely gonna watch it,
Um,
though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's the sheriff of
Well,
Nottingham.
the best two lines in any Robin Hood movies belong to Cary Elwes and Alan Rickman. Cary Elwes, unlike other Robin Hoods, I can speak with an English accent. Alan Rickman.
I saw Men in Tights.
Alan Rickman. You, my quarters, 10 o'clock. Turn to another witch. You, 10:15. Bring a friend.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, that was good. But I also like when he's talking about with a spoon because it hurts more.
Yeah, he yells at Robin. He says, "Loxley, I'll gouge your heart out with a spoon." And later, not much later, his brother says to him, "What? Why a spoon?" His cousin. "Why a spoon, cousin? Why not a knife?" "'Cause it's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more."
Oh.
No, great parts there. I'm just looking it up again just to be doubly sure.
Okay, here's a good poll for the chat. Men in Tights versus Monty Python's Holy Grail.
Oh,
Which
Holy
one was
Grail.
funnier? Which one was funnier?
Holy Grail. Yeah.
Holy
See,
Grail.
I remember. I know that I've seen both, and I for the life of me, I could remember things from Men in Tights, but very like bits and pieces from the Holy Grail. So I think I found Men in Tights funnier.
When you rewatch Monty Python, you'll realize it's the funnier film.
Look, the coconuts thing, like my reaction to it was when I first saw it. I mean, I know that my reaction to it when I first saw it with Lawrence was similar to my mother's reaction to it when she first saw it. And my mother, I mean, she's older generation, Cuban, country girl. And she was scratching her head, looking at my dad rolling around on the floor, laughing, almost pooping in his pants. And she's like, "Why is this funny?" kind of thing. And so I think that was my first reaction to it.
Yeah.
And then, some things, I know that some things, I became warm to later. But Men in Tights, I don't. You know what? I have to rewatch both.
No, Disney did not play a role in Prince of Thieves. Sorry, I don't know why.
It's Warner Brothers.
I don't know why I thought that. Somewhere I heard it. It's just like the same thing where someone told me that Patrick Stewart played a young King Arthur.
No.
And I was just looking at him the whole time like,
there's a Disney animated Robin Hood.
That one I do remember.
Yeah, but
Saw
I
as a
don't know.
kid a long time ago.
It must have been I just overheard something incorrectly. They were talking about that one, and I thought they meant this one.
And quite a bit of the animation in the Robin Hood Disney animated is repeated from Jungle Book.
I believe it.
Yeah,
Book.
Little John, that the bear playing that portrays Little John is the same character model as Baloo, but with clothing.
They did that a lot, didn't they?
Especially in the
Disney's
70s.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, here going down another tangent. Go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
We're going for 4 hours again.
And of course, many Patrick Richard.
Which what?
Also got Dave Chappelle and Isaac Hayes.
Yes.
Sir Richard.
An early Dave Chappelle appearance.
It's Sir Richard.
So Patrick Stewart plays King Richard in Men in
Yes,
Tights.
when he comes back from the Crusades, yeah. I remember seeing that. I was like, "Oh, it's Captain Picard."
Oh Lord. Will Scarlett O'Hara. Yeah, Lordy.
Yeah,
and of course, Little John is Mel Brooks, Rabbi Tuckman.
Yeah. Cool beans.
Only Mel Brooks can get away with that.
Yeah. I mean,
the scene with
fight scene on the bridge over the river.
That's what I was gonna mention. The fight scene over the bridge and the tiny little stream.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious when he's drowning in the stream.
That was a funny scene. And call me corny, but the Men in Tights dance was brilliant.
Yeah,
you guys are making me want to watch it again. I think I'm gonna go grab the
Going
DVD and pop
round
it
the
in when
forest
the show's
looking
over.
for fights. We may look like pansies, but watch what you say, or else we'll put out your lights. The choreography is, oh my gosh.
Manly
I don't know. When we watched it, I guess it was like a year ago or so. I was just like,
back, yeah.
It didn't hit with me. I was just like,
well, now you know how I feel about some parts of the Holy Grail.
Well, the Holy Grail, I like zany, crazy humor. I like that. I love Monty Python. I love the offbeat stuff. But this, I mean, I like Mel Brooks. I like Spaceballs and Blazing Saddles. But this one, it was just like, I don't know. It didn't hit with me.
I thought the new producers was pretty good too. But I know you don't like musicals too much.
Yeah, I'm not.
But the
Although Jesus Christ Superstar's music is good.
Oh, I mean, no, we're comparing apples with oranges here. That's on another level. But I'm talking about like funny musicals, operatic.
Oh yeah,
things.
yeah. Well, you were saying musical. It is from a musical, although the music was done first. I guess that helps.
But there was also a movie, a 1970s version of The Producers. I caught a piece of it, and it's like, wow, it's so different from the new movie. I'm
That's
wondering.
one with Sarah Mostel, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, which one was closer to the original production? Because I'm guessing that it was made for the stage. I don't know. I could be wrong. I have to.
It may be the one
that.
thing that Dutch doesn't know.
The new one for me was funny. The 1970s one was I don't know.
Well, Nathan Lane is funny.
Yes, along with the guy from
Broderick.
Lady Hawk.
Yeah. Lady Hawk.
Oh man.
People usually say Ferris Bueller.
See, I never watched
But-
that show.
Yeah,
or movie
yeah.
or-
Oh,
I
the
don't-
the 1967 original is the only true film version of the producers. It was not written for the stage.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I like the new version because it's more in line with, I guess, an old musical. I guess.
Yeah, the 2005 movie is not a direct remake, but rather a film.
Springtime for Anjali.
But rather a film adaptation of the 2001 Broadway musical.
Okay.
And the
So the
2001 Broadway
the
musical was based off the
stage-
1967 movie.
The stage stuff came after. I preferred the musical version of it. I found it funnier than the older one, but again,
Yeah, because the original movie is not a musical.
yeah. No, definitely I thought the musical was, oh my gosh.
So the original movie they just did without the music?
It wasn't a musical. It was just
It was
a movie.
entirely different, was totally different.
Wow, I didn't know. But the thing was, which happened first? The stage.
The 67 movie started first.
the
then the
movie.
2001
Then they made a musical off of
and then a 2005 movie based off of that musical.
Oh.
It's kind of like Little Shop of Horrors. The Little Shop of Horrors was a movie in the 60s. Black and white, plant wins at the end. This gets turned into a Broadway musical. The Broadway musical then got turned into a movie musical where the plant loses at the end.
Yeah, I saw that in the theaters when I was a kid.
That's another movie I barely remember, except for
Yeah, I barely remember
with with Steve Martin singing "Because I'm a Dentist."
No.
I don't remember much from the movie.
Dentist. You have a talent for causing things pain. Son, be a dentist. People will pay you to be in new pain. Really love it. I thrill when I drill a bicuspid. It's swell, though they tell me I'm maladjusted.
Yeah, musicals are not my thing.
Aw.
Something
Oh. That's sad.
All right. Well, I think we better get Colin to bed.
Yes, Colin, I'm
Well, everyone-
sorry. We took you off.
Anyone who's still listening at this late hour, be sure to tune in
Next
to
week, are we doing one or two episodes next week?
Be sure to tune in to Eclectic Goat tomorrow night. She will be covering the long-forgotten show that nobody remembers on Fox from the 1990s called Harsh Realm.
Okay.
It's going to be a
Cool
blast.
Awesome.
Are we just doing knives next week, or are we going because we've got two exit, we've got knives, and then we've got.
Well, remind me, what is Knives?
Londo's old friend comes to visit.
Oh,
Knives
we
is
got
Knives is the one where Knives is the one where Samantha Carter's dad guest stars. And the one after that is the one with the Markham.
No, you know what? We
One after
can't
that is-
rush through Knives. And as much as I dislike the Markham episode, I guess we can't rush through that one either. Let's just do one next week, Lawrence. The Knives.
Okay.
I agree.
Because Knives has got the B story is where Sheridan starts having weird visions.
Yes.
And Lawrence, I will warn you about Knives. In the opening part, you're going to want to have a long clip there that you're going to have to play in parts.
Yeah, and
There's a lot of singing there, and I'm like,
I
can't
know
do
the
that.
episode. I know the episode, and I do like it. The Markham one I don't like as much, although I know it is a good one.
It's an important one.
It's
but
an
not for
important one, and it's a good
entertainment,
one. Yeah, but it's not entertaining. Yeah.
No, but the Knives one has everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's important and funny and
Pasoleate.
tragic all at the same time. Yes.
Yeah, Paso Learte.
Pasoleate.
You're like a crazed Learte.
Like our cat, Londo.
No, that's what they say in the show. They actually say a crazed Learte because they.
Wouldn't that be Loco Learte?
You're like a
I'm just
crazed
saying, if they
duck.
if they needed a picture of a Leate, we could show them Londo, our cat, because man, that cat is so a snowshoe, so much energy, and
Pasqualeati was Londo, wasn't it? That was his nickname.
It was Londo, that, and our cat's name is Londo. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that.
It's a
All right.
But I think it was
So
partly
next
based on
Sunday.
the German University Dueling Society, like I think.
So next week will be knives, and we'll just do it plus cat.
Plus cat. If we can get Londo on the stream, I can't handle him, Lawrence. It's gonna be up to you to do cat cam because I can't. He's I mean, I kid you not. You let him into the room and he's like, like he's yelling at Veer. He's pure snowshoe,
I guess we know. So the question then is going to be: if you get another cat, will that be called Veer or Jakar?
Depends on the personality.
He already has a Jakar, and they're mortal enemies. But the Jakar, he already has a name. His name is Frank, so we can't rename him. But
Frank.
But he does have a Veer. He has adopted one of our baby kittens, and but he also has his name already. So.
Oh
well.
I guess that's it, folks. Thank you for sticking with us all this time. We appreciate it. Scott Hovid, you're a soldier, or trooper, is what they say.
Stitch is here too.
Stitch, yeah, you too, man. Thanks for being here. You guys are great.
Is he a Starship Trooper?
He does his part.
He does.
Yeah,
all right, folks.
I also have a song, which I think came out before the film, called "I Lost My Heart to Starship Trooper" from Sarah Whiteman and Hot Gossip.
Really?
Yeah.
I lost my heart
When did
to
that come out?
Starship Troopers?
I wonder.
That's bizarre.
Lost my heart to Starship Trooper, flashing like in hyperspace.
Is that lyrics?
Space. I can remember part of the words of it.
Oh, wow. Well, on that note,
lost my heart to a Starship Trooper, flashing right in hyperspace.
Cool beans.
There we go. We should do a
I
karaoke
can't
week.
sing.
We should do a karaoke.
How would we get a
Lord, no.
karaoke to work on YouTube?
Do you hate our that much?
I think you would have to have like 1 minute votes of people just start throwing in the song suggestions. Then you put like the first 4 to a vote, 1 minute. Okay, first person sings that one, just a cappella. Then the next 4 sing that one. Okay, if they know it. Though it might be funnier if they don't know it.
Well, you can't even approximate it if you don't know it.
No, but
Yeah,
lyrics and fake
the
it.
song was 1979.
Well, we were able to do 2 episodes in 3 hours. That the extra hours just because I don't know.
Maybe for the Monty Python reading, we can, instead of saying the lines, sing all of the lines.
Oh, how about not?
No. No.
Aw,
No.
we could totally turn it into a musical.
Yes, we could call
Did
it
you not
Earworms
hear me trying to
Jumps
sing a
the
few minutes
Shark.
ago?
Oh, you did just fine,
Oh,
Dutch.
please.
We could do it.
I am, and my servant is Patsy.
I
people
warned you.
They would just go away.
Oh,
I warned you.
and then we get to the Brave Sir Robin ran away. Bravely ran away.
Yeah,
He reared his ugly head. He bravely turned his tail and fled. Yeah, all the music in this in the show has to be turned into prose.
We could do that.
Yeah.
We could, no, but then somebody in the audience will go, "I warned you."
Yes, Brave Sir Robin turned about and gallantly. He chickened out.
Cool beans.
All right. On that bombshell, we are calling it a night. Farewell.
Good night, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Yes.